We are live. We are in the game here. Is pushing the issue here. Maybe not even going to be needed. Picks up the Julies and mows them down. And there you are. The battle of the individuals. The battle of the big names. And it will be Atox to come out on top. Atox take it in the end. It is insanely close, but I think they will be so happy with themselves.
Yeah, the worry is they're now heading into Ancient. This is Atox's territory.
Lynn Vision to deny the overtime. Go to that third map. You have to bear in mind their life in this series is ultimately on the line with this map. And Atox, after such a good showing to run it back, Lynn Vision have pulled out one of the sneaky rounds, one of their pocket rounds. They didn't want to have to use it, but you forced their hand. And Lynn Vision will, at the very final hurdle, take it over the line.
So I have no doubt we're going to see yet another map going the full distance here. It's a strong start from Lynn Vision.
So messy right now. Cabal off angle, wins his fight, and Nuka got his man covered. It's a laboured spray down. It's actually Cabal to find the kill. Ooh, into the 1v1 though. Maybe a chance to upgrade the weaponry if Mick plays it right. Down to the USP though, just trying to take the fight. Now the Khalil is out, and this looks good. Wins the peak.
He's going to be spotted. He knows that both are there, no, because utilities come from both sides. Now has to take the fight. They line up, and he's going to get both.
Fortunately, not at the end. And Atox, they will take the series. They move forwards, man. They're going to those LAN finals now.
We'll have to see whether or not Lynn Vision can get back to ESL Pro League. Thought that that was going to be a bit of a shoe-in for them. Set up for Lynn Vision. Or at least get one more. Oh, what a shot from Fly. He's back.
That's why he's the GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT.
All right, well, wasn't very successful for the Huns.
Hey, Zaka, don't miss. That looked like the easiest 4K of Flying's life, and this game is starting to go in the direction that we were expecting.
What is this from Lynn Vision? That might just be an awkwardly timed call. The Fufu steps up. No, how does he get away with two there? He almost gets three. Where's the bomb? They can't plant. They cannot plant. That's round over. Atox shadow might have been spotted there by Zaka, and you know he's going to hit that shot. Vision and the Huns battling each other for a spot at the LAN finals of ESL Challenger League Season 48. Winner progresses there. Loser is eliminated. There's no second chances now. And
Going to retain 4 rifles and go up 11-4 here. It's a phenomenal start to the team side of Ancient, and I just do not think it's a deficit that the Huns will be able to recover here.
that will be the straw that breaks the camel's back for the Huns. It's been a decent effort tonight, Lynn Vision, but ultimately Lynn Vision proved to be just a little bit too strong. 9 goes down, and it's 13-8. Lynn Vision take the series. And now we're going to go into map number 1 and see whether or not Bromo can withstand this matchup against Tyloo. I think that's really the big thing. It's like, can they even survive? Because really, it should just be Tyloo rampaging through this one.
Fast A play now for Tyloo. Only Deagles and Armor to be able to hold. Bromo are going to have to hit some insane shots here to be able to hold this one.
They've been pretty good with the Deagles. I will give them that. But it is just luck of the draw really here for Bromo as they continue to try spamming through the smoke. They don't have many other options, finally.
Spots out a player, they're running straight up into jungle and applying pressure to G. No one's played Firefighter early on there, so there's a fair bit of chip damage.
Oh, G.
And G holds jungle perfectly.
You know what I call that, Pilski? GG. G. Young with the MP9 this range against the AWP could make it happen. Does he want to play a game of whack-a-hole? No, the nade will get it done from downtown. And the little ragdoll of the head wobble.
We are live and we are gaming. Let's see what ends up happening here and if Bromo can do this.
It's pretty clear E5's going to save this AWP, but will well for you, Till. That is a hell of a shot. I got the Logitech headset, the Logitech mouse in my hand.
Hell yeah.
Oh, what is that? Is this an ace from Zai?
Look, wash things off Miami. Big shots out of him, and it's all up to accuracy to save the day for Mongolia, but IHC are not going to be able to get it done. It is China. We got so many Chinese teams going to the land, and Bromo will be one of them.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back on in. It is day 2 of the ESL Challenger League Asia Finals. This is season number 48, and we've got one more slot at ESL Pro League to give away. We're back again, Pilski. Final day of ESL Challenger League for this year. I don't know if NA and Asia are done. I think they're finished. Oceania definitely finished, so we might be the last region. But it's always nice to be running it back for another year and an Asia final on LAN. What's not to love?
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. Going to send one more team over towards ESL Pro League to represent Asia. I'm not sure what the format's going to be looking like and all that kind of good stuff. But look, we've got a lot of Oceanic representation. Got a couple of Asian teams in attendance as well. Isn't it going to be like 3 OS teams, 3 Asia teams with Mongols probably getting an invite? I would imagine. That is fantastic for our region. I'm pretty happy to see that. And then obviously going to decide who's actually going to win all of the cashola in the grand final there, play for a little bit of seeding and all that kind of stuff, as well as a little bit of bragging rights, especially if it's a Chinese team that I'm assuming will be playing another Chinese team, although we have to play a lower bracket final match before we can fully decide that. But definitely a little bit of a rivalry between 2 said Chinese teams on LAN in China lately, and this will be another one of those.
I mean, is it too late to just say this is the RMR qualifier? Like, we can just, like, you know, it would be fair, right? Like, Lynn Vision, Tyloo, or Atox could potentially take that slot that Lynn Vision got as the auto invite, because questions about whether or not they deserve that at that point in time. I'm not going to necessarily throw my hat in the ring there. I don't think they did. Anyway, conversation to be had, but unfortunately, that won't be the case. At least, though, if Tyloo, for example, were to win here, we could definitely add some extra weight to that conversation.
What I will say is that the major is revered as the tournament of the year. However, to qualify for such a tournament, we play best of ones online for some reason. And look, if you were going to play a qualifier in China like this one to decide who goes to the major, I'd be a lot happier with that. But that's just silly talk, you know. Who gets the best of ones regardless. And I am just as excited as the old mate from China that I can hear pumping everybody up over there in Shanghai. He is my GOAT. I'm not sure who he is, but, you know, he's getting me pumped up, you know, Jordan, as you often do.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Look, I don't know. I think it's going to be an interesting day. Obviously, Lynn Vision and Atox to start things off, as you mentioned, in that lower bracket match. And that is actually the qualification match for ESL Pro League. When it comes to the grand final, Tyloo is waiting for either of these teams, waiting for both of these teams. Doesn't really matter who it is, I think, as far as Tyloo's concerned. They'll be feeling pretty confident going into that match, especially after yesterday's performance. They really did kind of sweep Atox aside without too much difficulty. But as to how this first matchup is going to go, well, I suppose there's some question marks over both teams. Lynn Vision looked a little better yesterday, I think, than what Atox did, bearing in mind as well that Atox are playing with a couple of coaches as their stand-in. It is, you know, maybe a bit of an awkward time to be in that Atox camp because Dobu's gone to play the RMR with Alter Ego. We'll look at the rosters here and we can talk about that again. We discussed it quite a lot yesterday, but for those of you who are just joining us, you will be looking at this Atox roster and thinking, where's Dobu? Where's Annihilation? I don't know, where's Cool Ass? Where's Score? Well, I mean, none of them there at the moment. You got Nuka and Flynn who are playing at the LAN, and the reason for that, I assume, is because there's roster locks involved with Challenger League, and all of those guys were not able to play because those changes kind of happened a little bit too late in the piece. Which means, at this point, I would say the roster looks kind of awkward for Atox, especially based on what we saw yesterday in that matchup against Tyloo. As you can see there, Tyloo had their full core roster, but for Atox, coming in with those 2 coaches in Nuka and Flynn, you know, we actually kind of had a little bit of a aspiration or hope that they might do okay, right, Pilski? Like, there was an argument where, oh, they played okay online. We've seen them do some stuff. They're not too bad. And it did look okay to start things off on Ancient. There was some positives to say, but after that Ancient T side, things kind of fell apart a little bit for Atox. And so it sort of felt like they really regressed back to the mean at a certain point.
Yeah, Yummy and MIQ did some hard carrying in that first half, but that first half of Ancient was the only half that Atox really showed up to for the whole series. And this will be the match we're covering today, a qualification game to ESL Pro League. It is going to be Lynn Vision who are one of these teams, the only team represented in the top 4 here that will be playing over at the Asia RMR in a bit over a week, I think, versus Atox, who are heavily hampered by a few stand-ins. We did see this matchup actually early on in the bracket, Jordan, and you did see Atox taking the dub over Lynn Vision. I thought it was quite an interesting series. Let's just put it that way. I thought that Nuka and Flynn, they played excellently considering they were coach stand-ins online. Here on LAN, I don't really feel like they've been playing as well, and I can't quite put my finger on why that would be. Maybe they're just onliners, I guess.
Fair enough. Just call them out like that. That's fine. Don't worry about it. I think looking back at that last game as well, Afufu really went missing in that series. Minus 23. Everyone else kind of performing pretty middle of the road or even just above that. Again, Zaka was kind of the standout. No surprises there for Lynn Vision. In saying that, yes, Atox did win that series, but the 2 maps that they won were both 13-11. And the map that they lost was also 13-11. So it was a very close series. I think when it gets that close, you really just split it down the middle and say, this was like a 51-49% kind of a day where maybe Atox came in and they were just 1% better and that was enough. They won that one round that kind of got them the map win, and they were able to do that twice, where in the end, Lynn Vision was only able to do it once. It's just such a close series that you can only draw so many conclusions from it. Here's where their bracket is sitting at the moment. You can see the matches that we got to watch yesterday. We first saw Lynn Vision taking down Bromo, although it was, at least in the first map, a bit of a closer affair. And Bromo being able to take one map was kind of nice to see from the Chinese perspective, just seeing another kind of up-and-coming teams being able to contest on LAN. Felt like Lynn Vision generally were the far stronger, far superior team in that matchup, and you can continue that train of thought going into the Tyloo and Atox series, where Tyloo really just battered Atox, essentially. I think there was one good half from Atox, but aside from that, it was really just all the way of Tyloo. So it's hard to say anyone but Tyloo at the moment for that grand final, but maybe we'll change our tune when we get there. As far as Lynn Vision and Atox is concerned, yes, Atox have to get by Lynn Vision here with the way games played yesterday. I think it took a little while for Lynn Vision to get going, but once they got going, you could kind of see what was there for them, and eye test wise, they definitely felt like they had a bit of a better grasp on things than what Atox did. Yeah,
they lost a map to Bromo, the initial map of Ancient, which I'd imagine Atox would probably just go ahead and pick in this Veto if I was a betting man. I think they really just looked a little bit like lackadaisical in that series, in that map, to be honest. And like you said, they really turned things around on the next 2 maps. They absolutely shredded Bromo on both Dust 2 as well as Anubis. So, look, I think that Lynn Vision's going to be playing their A game today. They're going to be wanting to get Atox out of the way nice and cleanly 2-0, so that they can have a better crack at Tyloo, which they've got to come with a map disadvantage. Not that there's that much more on the line than a few extra $1,000 US. Is actually decent prize pool diff as far as it comes to ECL. This is one of the better prize pools here in Asia. So I think that, as well as just the bragging rights of being the best Chinese team on LAN in China, is going to be somewhat important to continue these rivalries going forward, because it's been one thing online here and there, couple of matchups going this way and the other. I think the Chengdu series between Lynn Vision and Tyloo was a pretty close one, where they played the qualifier, the Chinese qualifier on LAN. You've seen the XXC LAN recently, so there's been a few LANs kicking around in China where some of these teams have played each other. And once again, I anticipate Lynn Vision versus Tyloo to be the grand final, but we'll see how Atox show up today. I know that they won in the upper bracket, but I really expect them to probably just get 2-0 today, honestly. Yeah, I would too. But, Pilski, if there was a way for Atox to win this series, who would it be? It would be our Kadia player to watch. And yesterday, Yami did pretty well for himself, so we've gone with Yami to keep an eye on for this series. Look, I think the obvious choice was always going to be Zaka. It was like the easy choice, and that was my first initial thought. It was like, we'll just choose Zaka. But it kind of gets a little bit boring saying Zaka. Every single game we watch Lynn Vision. So let's talk about someone else a little bit there. If Atox could maybe take a map, maybe take the series even, that seems like an outlandish thought at this point. But look, if there was a way to do it, we kind of saw that blueprint for Atox yesterday in their first map against Atox. It is Yami, MIQ,
and probably actually Cabal as well, all three stepping up and sort of relieving some of that pressure off of the two stand-ins. But if all three of those core players are playing well, in particularly Yami, then maybe there's a world where Atox can take a map. I think it's possible. It will have to be a fairly unique set of circumstances, and obviously a lot's going to have to go right for Atox to make that happen, but it's not impossible. So we'll kind of keep that in the back of our minds, but we'll have to wait and see how things go when we get in the server, because obviously we can talk all we want, but once we get in the server, things can just go completely out the window, like what we saw yesterday between Lynn Vision and Bromo, because we said that would be a 2-0, and it wasn't. But regardless, we're getting ready for game number 1. So we're going to take a short break here, all of that discussion and dusted, and when we come back, we'll be jumping into the series here between Lynn Vision and Atox. Rightio, welcome back, ladies and gents. About to get underway with our first match of the day, which will be Lynn Vision and Atox. I know there's a few of you keen to get stuck in, but what you have to understand about this is a LAN. It's happening in China, and those kinds of things don't happen
enough times during these Asian events to know that the bare minimum level of expectation is there will be issues, but there was actually minimal delays and things ran pretty smoothly yesterday. So I've been pretty happy with the coverage. Let's take a look at the veto for this series, though. I want to see if Atox is going to go for that ancient pick And indeed, yeah, they did pick Ancient yesterday against Tyloo, and they're going to back themselves. It was the map that Lynn Vision did lose yesterday against Bromo. Lynn Vision going to back themselves with the Dust 2 pick, which has actually been a map Atox didn't mind going to when they were playing with Annihilation and they were playing with the old roster. So they should at least have some strats and some structure, but losing your primary AWPer on that map is maybe going to give you some difficulties. And then we're going to have a different decider this time around, going to be Nuke to finish things off.
Yeah, look, I would say Dust 2, while, yeah, maybe that's somewhat in the wheelhouse for Atox, it feels like that should just be really a foregone conclusion for Lynn Vision, especially with what they looked like yesterday. I mean, Zach Ancient goes the way of Lynn Vision. I think it's probably done so, in my opinion. And actually, last time when we did see these two teams play, that was the map that Lynn Vision was able to take. So I'll lean towards a 2-0 for this one, but I'm prepared to be proven wrong by Atox. Seems that they do still have a couple of tricks up their sleeve, and let's hope that they've got some of those here for Ancient. They will be starting on the T side, which was their more favorable side yesterday. So we'll be keeping an eye on that and hoping for, I would say, something like at least 7 or 8 rounds here from Atox on this T side to make it look like a map that they're going to be able to challenge in.
Oh, we've been saying his name over and over again. Zaka, up close with the dualies. It's a bit of a bait setup with a heavy stack on the big side here. MIQ and Yami ready to contest this cave control, but so many bullets in these dualies mean that they're going to take their time. They're a bit tentative about taking this duel. A few pot shots from Nuka, bottom side of B ramp, up onto the site. Cabal also taking a duel with Mess Melon up in towards Red Room there. Oh, hell of a shot from Zaka. Just looked like a bit of pre-fire, honestly, but he still found that opener.
Yep. Doesn't matter whether it's pre-fire or if you're actually shooting at somebody. As long as the bullet connects, and that's it from Zaka again. A second one for him onto Yami, making it look pretty easy, this cave control so far. Westmelon's also spotted out Cabal, who was trending toward lane. Information is looking pretty damn good here for Lynn Vision, and they're going to rotate an extra player over toward the B-bomb site as a result, leaving a Fufu to spot in Banana toward mid, just in case there's any moving and shaking happening.
Yeah, I mean, Atox had such a great start yesterday against Tyloo and could definitely hide the stand-ins a little bit better on the T side. One of them being Nuka, walking up B ramp here. I think he may have spotted out Amelia in the corner. Indeed, he has some nice pre-fire, but an instant trade from Flying Swing from Zaka on pillar side. It's a 4K from him in the pistol round for Lynn Vision.
That's a very positive sign for Lynn Vision today. If Zaka's going to be bringing that kind of fire, that might actually be a world where Lynn Vision can take the challenge to Tyloo. And I actually think that grand final, I mean, you know, you sort of mentioned, like, there is a bit of a prize pool difference. That's definitely a factor. But when we're talking about these teams going through to ESL Pro League, I do think that the seeding is going to be somewhat relevant for whoever takes first, whoever takes second out of Asia. It does potentially help you to avoid a more difficult matchup, and when it comes to things like ESL Pro League, we know now that they're going to be choosing a lot of the teams coming through from the Valve rankings, which inevitably means if you are one of the weaker seeded teams, which Asia will in theory be, a second seed team from Asia is not going to be particularly high in the grand scheme of things. There's a good chance you're going to be facing a pretty damn solid opponent in your first round, and that's kind of just a doomed experience, as we very well know from the likes of Oceania and Asia teams in the past. So I think that grand final, definitely some merit to it.
Yeah, Pro League in the last little bit has been a bit more of a forgiving format for a lot of those kind of teams. They usually get a few more games, but there's no guarantee that's going to be happening anymore with how packed the calendar is. I wouldn't be surprised if they shorten the format quite significantly, and that'll mean that you're going to be back to playing one of the best teams in the world as one of the lowest seed teams from a minor region, and if you don't do well in that matchup, then you're going to have probably one more chance to prove yourself before you're banged out at the tournament. Yami has that hero Galil drop over from Flynn. We've seen this a couple of times, but Westmelon just jumps at him with an MP9. At range like that, not many other places that those bullets could really go, and Afufu also putting his MP9 to good use. Westmelon salvaging that Galil, so it's a bit of an upgrade here, and overcomes Amelia to clean up the rest of the trash inside Cheetah. Both of these players very low here. Nuka, a good opportunity to do some damage here, but the aim punch is a little too much for him. All of that hard work, 4 points of AP between Westmelon and Amelia. Doesn't really matter a whole lot as we get towards the end of the round. They're going to hold on to both the Galil and the MP9. It's a very clean anti-eco for Lynn Vision and a very solid bonus on the cards as a result.
You're going to have to be keeping a real eye on Yami and MIQ on this T side. what we saw from those two players yesterday, they sort of just working around the map together. A lot of the time, it was those two that were sort of pushing into cave, getting those opening picks, and allowing Atox a little bit more space on the T side. If they both go down in a similar fashion to that last round, obviously knowing that that was just an anti-eco for Lynn Vision, but, you know, two players of Yami and MIQ's caliber going out of the round early is quite a problem for Atox. You got Flynn leading the charge here, and Tree Fragger alongside Nuka. Trades are supposed to come through from Yami. In fact, he's the one that goes down first. But Flynn has taken some nice space all the way in through Temple. Should be able to get Amelia here for free. Does just get away in time. Westmelon not quite quick enough for the trade. Back into a 3-on-3. Fufu will peek early for a bit of info. Westmelon trying to deny the bomb plant, but smoke's up, so he can't push his way through that. And Atox taking the A side.
They burn through all their util. Pressure still coming in here from Lynn Vision. Westmelon doubling up with the MP9. Puts us into a 1-on-2. Flynn in a difficult position. Maybe didn't even expect to be on land here against Lynn Vision. And despite a little bit of damage and a bit of a lineup, it's a successful retake from Lynn Vision, converting their bonus round and putting them in a very solid position here on CT side of Ancient. Atox going to have to go back to the drawing board. A significant amount of damage done to Lynn Vision's economy, but with how clean the anti-eco was and the fact that they were coming into that round as a bit of a bonus, I don't think that Atox are necessarily going to force into this round. There's not reset potential, and as a result, they're actually going to, do exactly this. It's a hero AK dropped over, pistols purchased up from the rest of the boys, and they're just going to go for a little bit of damage, because you can even see with only 2 players surviving just how solid Lynn Vision's money still looks here.
Lots of early util out from Lynn Vision. 3 little fires around the map, a smoke deep in toward middle. But a lot of map control as a result for Lynn Vision at the moment. Atox haven't really even tried to challenge for anything. They're just going to try a good old-fashioned A hit. But Zaka prepared. He sees the shadow, gets the first shot across. It's Flynn down. Fufu needs to stand tall behind the box, and he can't. MIQ, a nice couple of entries for him, but they still have to get past Amelia. And that is going to be a little bit too difficult for a lot of the members who do fall. Westmelon was dashing through the smoke to try to back him up. Now it's on to Flying to see if he can catch a timing here, maybe on Cabal's bomb plant. In the end, decides he's just going to back up.
Expecting a smoke push. Not going to be obliged. Atox just going to play the crossfire between Temple and Sight. Spam revealing Flying's position. He's going to reroute back towards Donut side. Or picked up here by Cabal. Molly goes into Temple. Not sure where Flying is here for the T side, but it seems like Flying is just saving. He's not even going to go for this 1-on-2, and maybe even may attempt some exits and try to keep the money nice and low here. But given that this was just a half-buy round, this is a very successful outing here for Atox. Flying does take the AWP away on the exits. This means that Yami knows where that position was. HE goes forward to blow the AWP towards Flying. That's a nice little boost of the grenade just to be able to maintain that AWP for Zaka going forward into the next round. But great stuff from Atox. These are the kind of rounds that they can actually employ the stand-ins a little bit better on the T side of Ancient. It's exactly what we saw yesterday against Tyloo, where Nuka and Flim are just entering and trying to create enough space to set up Atox for some of these 2-on-2s, 3-on-3s, where if MIQ or Yami are alive or Cabal is alive, some of these guys can actually potentially convert those rounds and put some rounds on the board for Atox. It's more so, at least from the game that we saw yesterday, on the CT side, where it's a little bit harder to hide the stand-ins and the fact that they're playing with multiple coaches in this match.
Got a pause out. This might be a tech pause.
Yeah, I had a few of those so far, but nothing too egregious if I remember yesterday. Like, we had 2 BO3s, and there were a few tech pauses, but none of them took very long to sort that out. As we get into the tech pause here, having a little bit of a look at the trophy. Yes, this is ESL Challenger League, guys, but we are actually on land here in Shanghai, China. Yami says hello to all of the fans, and you're not allowed to talk during a tech pause. He's being very well behaved.
Indeed. Yeah, I actually had a couple of people message me after yesterday, and they said, "Oh, I thought it was a LAN. they watched a little bit. They said, well, I didn't see any like play cams or anything like that. We do get them sporadically. It's just that syncing up the cameras and our feed is a little bit easier said than done sometimes. So it's really only during those longer tech pauses and after the game that you're going to get that kind of footage at the moment, unfortunately. But either way, nice little quick tech pause. We love that. Get it out of the way nice and quick. Lynn Vision have put together quite a solid buy as a result of the saved AWP and a bit of extra cash in the bank there. It's going to be a faster play from Atox. Are they going to want to go through that smoke? Well, the answer is yes. It's Fufu to be the sacrificial lamb once again. Zaka, at least this time, is able to keep himself alive. So it'll be a 4-on-4 for the retake unless Amelia just goes through the smoke. Goes down as a result. And Lynn Vision may start to think about saving here.
Maybe. They're still applying pressure, though. A second for Zaka as the smoke gets blown open. Util being juggled back to Zaka. You can see Flying wanting to be sent in with these flashes. Westmelon slowly creeping in on the flank, looking for a good timing. Lineup smoke there for Donut from Zaka, and some flashes up over the top to try to kick off this retake and create enough aggro for Westmelon to potentially sneak in on a good timing here on the flank. Flynn checking the flank, but picked on the cross by Zaka. Yaoi trying to hold on from side to side and create enough space and time for Cabal to be able to convert this round, and that's exactly what he does. Nice 2 from the sight box on the pivot there, and Atox, their game plan is going exactly how you'd want it to. They're just hitting these hard executes, hitting the sights, and simplifying the game down to where, you know, you're not going to have too much agency in the early to mid round. There's not going to be that many chances for Lynn Vision to kind of outplay Atox. Atox is just saying, we're going to hit the site. We're going to get in there as a team, you know, get the boys on the entry and just simplify the game down to winning aim duels and closing out post plants. And if you can't hold it, then you're going to have problems. And right now, I think, you know, it's a case of, well, Afufu does not seem to be able to hold it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think he's obviously the one that's having the most problems right now for Lynn Vision. Everyone else seems to be doing okay. I mean, Zach is definitely hitting his shots with the AWP. He's getting his one. Afufu, though, in both of those instances, was unable to find himself a frag. And then the rest of the guys rotating their way from mid and B are kind of having to dive through smokes and do silly things to try to save that bomb side. And, you know, you're putting yourself into some less than favorable aim duels as a result. Yeah. So if Afufu is able to get 1 or 2 as the anchor player, then maybe it's a completely different story. But one other thing I'll say about this is that, at least for today, Cabal's actually looking like he's a little more online today than he was yesterday. Like yesterday, it really was just MIQ and Yami. Cabal was completely missing for the most part. But if you've at least got those 3 guys, then that starts to be a little bit more threatening for Atox.
Much prefer Nuka on the AWP as well. If you're going to take an AWP into the T side, I just want to see one of the stand-ins maybe holding a line with it and potentially setting up Util, playing that bit more of a supportive AWPing role, if anything. I just want to keep MIQ, Cabal, and Yami in roles that they're comfortable with, and these guys are some of the best riflers in Mongolia. Like, they can definitely shine enough to take away a round. So, look, Lynn Vision recognizing that they're having some issues. It's been multiple 8 executes in a row that Atox have successfully leveraged into winning a post plan and an XVX. So that's going to be something that Lynn Vision will have to keep in the back of their mind. Maybe some words of advice from Coach Gum about Afufu holding that site and maybe making some small adjustments. But at the same time, Atox going to be well aware that they've conditioned Lynn Vision to have to respect that A execute. And as such, they're going to slow this round down a little bit more. Actually, it's going to be a fake towards a quick A execute smokes being thrown by MIQ and Cabal here, and they're going to try to create enough aggro to be able to pull rotations across. Almost a double entry from MIQ there. Zaka goes down. Afufu under a lot of pressure, but you can see Lynn Vision are very skeptical that that was actually an A hit, and the B execute is coming in, but Lynn Vision, there's been no rotations at all. They've unfortunately been caught there, Atox, trying to sell something that Lynn Vision weren't buying.
It's a good attempt from Atox. You can see how they tried to condition Lynn Vision into thinking it would be an A hit once again. And it very nearly worked out for them. Now Cabal needs to line up too, and he is able to do so. That could have been a nutty spray down if he would have killed Flying as well. It would have been very tough to, of course, but has put it into somewhat of a winnable position here for Nuka, with especially Afufu being on 5 HP. Glock in hand, you know, all you need is 1 bullet right here on the A site, and that's a bomb plant. Flying's already on his way over.
I'm sure the damage will have been reported, but yeah, just not switched on enough, unfortunately, there, Nuka. Fufu is going to pick him off and pick up the ult for Zaka as well. So fake attempt not bought at all by Lynn Vision. They were definitely a step ahead there. I think there was a level of preparation there that they were cognizant of. They were definitely counting the numbers and the util, and the fact that that looked a little bit different to what a normal A executors looked like the last couple of rounds, because they just didn't rotate at all, and they had Westmelon heavily prodding the middle of the map as well for information. So that's really what allows them to recognize exactly what kind of a round that is and deal with it accordingly.
I mean, Atox have still got money, so they're going to keep running it back. Westmelon spotting the player pushing his way into cave, going to drop himself a smoke. Just going to have to eat that nade damage. But might be in a bit of a spot of bother here if he doesn't get some backup. Looks like he's going to walk his way out, though, with the help of that smoke. And Zaka getting work done elsewhere. Continues his pretty good event so far. Actually, every single map we've seen from Zaka here at the ESL Challenger League Season 48 LAN Final has been really, really solid.
Yeah, I think it might not even be hyperbole to say Zaka's the best player in China right now. This guy has just been on a tear every game. Tested again in Red Room. Man does not miss. Amelia peeking off that contact, and this has just been a non-round for Atox here. MIQ and Nuka trying to contact out with no utility onto this B-bomb site. MIQ, he's been pretty decent for Atox in this event as well, and he continues to deliver. Nice entry onto flying, but still a huge numbers disadvantage as the bomb goes down.
See if Atox can maybe do a little bit of damage here economically at least, because look, Lynn Vision, they should win this round, but if they drop one or two more guns, then Atox are still in a position where they can punish. Nuka lines up 3, and it's definitely not a foregone conclusion now. Amelia is just going to be able to creep out of cave on the timing, but has to move quickly. Doesn't have a defuse kit. Now starting to make noise, and with only 9 HP, this seems like it's going to be unwinnable. Nuka is going to eat that grenade, but it will not matter. And all of a sudden, the coach takes a round away from Lynn Vision.
That's huge. That 4K, look at the money for Lynn Vision, Jordan. That is a massive round out of the stand-in. Economically breaking Lynn Vision and giving Atox a chance to have another great T-side on Ancient here. And not even hard carried by any of the core members. That is just a huge round from Nuka.
It's pretty unfortunate, honestly, for Lynn Vision, because they had the perfect setup to deal with it, but Zaka just couldn't see past his teammates.
Yes, I'll agree with you, but at the same time, like, Lynn Vision has had, hold that thought for a second, Westmelon ambushing Yami, who has been working that same cheater line for multiple rounds in a row against Tyloo yesterday. Oh, no. You can see Lynn Vision are well aware of that, and they're putting the 5-7s to good use. Westmelon, as well as Zaka, having a pretty good game here on Ancient. And Atox now in a 3-on-5. 8Ks have not been retrieved here for Lynn Vision. And Atox, you can see how heavily they're trying to guard them. All set up around shelf. They don't want the CTs to get their grubby little hands on these rifles.
Nice little rotation, though, from Lynn Vision. They're going to rotate their way over toward middle and start to clear that one out. The quicker they move here, more likely that they catch Atox off. Yeah, Cabal getting shot in the back by a Fufu. The headshot eventually lands, and surely not a clean round for Lynn Vision with 2 upgraded pistols. They haven't even lost a single player so far. Nuka is going to have to replicate his heroics from the last round, and maybe even then some, to win this round for Atox. He's being watched by Westmelon, who's been a bit of a sharpie with that 5-7 so far. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised to see him get this kill as well. But Nuka will knock him over. And making a lot of noise on his way back into B, though, and that will be heard by Flying, who will be set up and prepared in cave. Crossfire with a Fufu. May not even need to come into play. Flying gets 2 with the USP. It was 1, actually, because it was a Fufu that got the other one. But, hey, don't worry about it.
Oh, bro, money's broken for Atox now. 4 AKs picked up by Lynn Vision. That is as big of an eco round as you can get. 4 rifles picked up, and Atox hard eco, like double eco on the T side after a huge clutch round from Nuka. That's the worst time to lose versus an eco. Oh, that is crushing. Atox, they were setting themselves up for success, and now they have kind of missed that window. They're going to try to force play here to rectify things. Hero AK on Cabal. Pistols and armor for the rest of the boys. There's just no real util to speak of. Both of the smokes have been burned in middle. Just trying to play that information denial. Just one util set here on MIQ. Zaka falling off the line. Fufu has a full belt to util in rotation over here from Donut, and Atox were grouped up in A main, seconds away from pulling the trigger on this A execute, but something has made them want to go back.
There's no real information for them.
I guess they cleared A main and now they want to try to A split. They're going to run into a whole lot of util here from a Fufu, so unless this man makes a bit of a mistake here, Lynn Vision should be totally fine. They're burning through a lot of util on this B site. And yeah, just this info line on is what Lynn Vision are kind of relying on right now.
Now he's able to get one shot out with that deagle, but not able to land it. Smoke's down now, and after the smoke, there's going to be a molly.
I don't think he's even going to get that out. Ash goes through the smoke. He avoids it nicely, though. Beautiful turn from a Fufu. Wrapped on by Cabal, though, which means there was a rifle to pick up, but MIQ is no longer alive to do so. Zaka under pressure. That is an important kill for Flint to maybe keep things in the balance, but him and Cabal have got some heavy lifting to do, and there's just so many CTs here. Like, Lynn Vision are just flooding the site before they can even get anywhere close to planting that bomb.
Yeah, nice quick rotation coming through from the rest of the Lynn Vision lads, locking that one down. There's been a couple of speed bumps, I will say, in this half for Lynn Vision, but they're definitely looking like a more confident side than Atox. And for Atox, I have to feel like this T side is not even quite as threatening as the one that they put together against Tyloo.
I mean, it was Yami, MIQ hard carry, and neither of them are hard carrying in this game. So you're relying as well on Nuka to come up huge and losing some pretty important swing rounds. Oh, speaking of which, though, MIQ, that's a very sharp double dink on the Galil. Losing a pick on Cabal in middle is going to complicate things, though, but really it's MIQ and Yami with Galil armor to try to be difference makers in this round, and they are doing that. The Pistolers are the ones to go down here, which are the less important players, but yeah, you're really feeling the stand-in factor here for Atox. Like, they're getting 2 or 3 kills in some of these rounds, but when you have a couple of guys who are not really fragging in the majority of rounds, like, it's just not enough. Like, there's always just going to be that extra player or two alive for Lynn Vision.
This was great work from Amelia. Nice clean shot onto Yami. And well covered by Zaka on the ramp peak. Lynn Vision working together nicely. 7 on the CT side so far. Going to be looking for 8. Money's really not there for Atox. They don't have a lot of util to play with here at all. And one of those smokes has even been used as a firefighting tool. So you're down to 1 smoke, 1 decoy now for Atox. It's looking pretty grim.
Yeah, I think Westmelon saw just how heavily that Atox likes to fight for that cheater control against Tyloo, and he took that personally. Man has been a fiend in that part of the map, and Lynn Vision in general have not shied away from fighting up on towards Shelf here a couple of times. Atox now setting themselves up to take middle. Smoke to Red Room is their last piece of utility in this round, Jordan. It is all contact plays from here, and they've got to go get the bomb from B ramp as well.
Info going to be gathered. Lynn Vision spotting out 1 or 2 players in middle. Flynn's going to try and make something happen here. Smoke will fade in a moment at Donut. Maybe he'll look toward Red Room, but a fight in Red Room doesn't look like it's going to be a winning opportunity. Amelia may go down here, but there should be a trade if necessary. Wasn't actually. Westmelon had worked his way back over toward B, so it's lucky that Amelia actually gets that kill. Flying now. Important duel to win. Back to just the 2, Cabal and Yami. To try to step up here for Atox and get them at least a 5th on this T side. Lynn Vision, all 4 of them, going to have a crack at this B bomb side and try to make amends for that round that they lost against Nuka. That also was a 4-on-2. They can't afford to lose this one. Amelia spots out Cabal, and Yami is stuck inside of cave behind a smoke. So defuse from Amelia. Be a bit of a mistake considering he's very low on HP. The swing will come through though, and it will be easily locked in by Lynn Vision. 8-4. The first half looking quite solid for the Chinese squad. So first half, quite a strong one for Lynn Vision, 8-4 the scoreline. Atox now moving on to what I would argue is their less favoured side, are in pretty dire straits.
They are. Lynn Vision prepping themselves for an A execute here. Flynn gonna self-boost himself up close towards A long here. He's the only player on this side of the map, so he has to come up with 1 or 2 kills in this position to try to give Atox a little bit of a chance here. Cabal has gotten close enough to try to help out with a little bit of util, but it's not really going to make too much of a difference. It's still a double entry for Amelia.
Well, try triple entry instead, as he gets Luca as well before finally falling to the spam from Donut. That looks like a foregone conclusion now for Lynn Vision. 4-on-2 post plan. MIQ and Yami. And Afufu's going to say, well, you guys can have a freebie because it's probably not going to matter too much. Yami, nice little extra bit of a stat pad for him, but realistically speaking, this round is not going anywhere. I think Yami was expected to go down to that grenade. Flying didn't even want to chase him. In the end, will fall though. 9-4. And Lynn Vision progressing pretty nicely here on Ancient. And, you know, it'll be nice for Lynn Vision if they can get this one over the line pretty quickly and potentially do the same thing on Dust 2, because they do have another match to play after this one. And the important thing to note about that upcoming match, that grand final, is that it is a best of 5. It's a 1-map advantage best of 5 for Tyloo, but if Lynn Vision is going to win it, it's going to be a real slog.
Totally agree. Don't see them winning a grand final over Tyloo without conceding a single map. So realistically, I would expect it to be 4 more maps in the grand final for Lynn Vision to play, which means they're going to be playing at least 6 maps tonight if they're going to win this grand final. Mid-take from Atox off the back of a flash, but there was no one really in there to get caught from Lynn Vision, and they're quite happy after seeing a couple of pistolers in mid and the flash coming through to just speed towards B.
Good call from Lynn Vision. One plan will go down. I don't even know if there's really much of a recourse here for Atox. If they decide to try and retake this, they're inevitably just going to be feeding Lynn Vision a bit of extra cash. Mac 10 is doing some work. Flying's already got himself a couple through the smoke, so that'll be the quit signal for Atox.
Cabal trying to play these off for angles. Spotted out by Westmelon, but going dink for dink with the Galil armor is not going to work out for you unless you're the Deagle purchaser in this round. And in this case, that was MIQ and Yami. MIQ, beautiful timing to actually at least just take a Mac 10 of an armor away without losing his life. Oh, 50 HP. If he had higher HP, he would have been able to get out there. Regardless, though, I mean, I don't know. Just, yeah, you're going to buy in the next round anyway. May as well take one with you. So, Mac 10 and armor going to hit the deck for Lynn Vision, but outside of that, it's been a pretty clean run of things here. 10-4 on the T side of Ancient. And this was the game that we kind of expected out of Lynn Vision, and given Atox's CT sides yesterday against Tyloo, I think they're in for trouble.
Amelia will wait patiently to take middle, while Westmelon and Nuka get into a bit of a fight that doesn't end well for the Mongolian coach. Atox not doing a whole lot to really prevent Lynn Vision from dictating this round, and now that they're down 5-on-4, that can only mean bad things are going to happen to Atox.
Important duel at Red Room here. Could be a chance for Atox to get back in the round if Yami's able to win this one, but Amelia has looked very switched on. Going to further extend that vantage for Lynn Vision and also apply a lot of pressure into the middle of the map. You can see now Cabal has to constantly be worried about the backstab. If Flim comes in on the rotation, he's going to have to be concerned about Red Room and Lynn Vision. Still with a minute on the clock and a fair amount of util to work with. Just waiting for further mistakes out of Atox, and quite happy to just see what Amelia might find over towards Donut. Cabal, considering that re-aggression we were talking about, doesn't get punished. He actually doubles up nicely. Flynn's been lost over on the other side of the map, but I'm not sure it's going to be so simple for Lynn Vision to get this mid to late round together.
They've smoked off the bomb. They've smoked off their own bomb. Westmelon's going to go and try and collect it. Cabal had a real chance in there, waiting for the sound cue. But in the end, it has been snaked away from him. Westmelon will get back over to A. And that'll be a bomb plan and probably the round as well. This is, I think, too much to ask for Cabal, though. He will be given some 1v1s, but now been spotted out by Amelia. There's no real reason for Amelia to recontest that, really. Cabal is aware of it too, so he just decides, I guess, best case scenario, I can take this M4 through to the next round.
It's the best he can really hope for, unfortunately. By the time he had any impact on that round, it was pretty much done. Needed to continually punish anybody trying to pick up the bomb. You know, like you said, Lynn Vision just able to snake it away in time. Continuing their winning ways, Atox only really going to be able to force pistols and armor around this hero rifle to try to give themselves a decent shot at winning this round. Another exit from Cabal. Keeping it expensive for the T side. But they have money to replace these weapons, and such a huge scoreline lead that I don't think they're that concerned right now.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit too easy for Lynn Vision at the moment. Just the early smoke to Red Room and one for Donut as well. But no intentions of heading into mid right now for Lynn Vision. They'll be actually quite happy with Atox dedicating a couple of members in that direction if they do end up deciding to hit B.
Nuke has dropped another hero rifle over to MIQ, so Atox wanting to try to keep this round competitive if they can. Cabal spamming away close towards the smoke. Doesn't show any traces, but it's pretty obvious where he's positioned for the T's. Return fire favorably. Execute coming in here for Lynn Vision. Flying, trying to make space up front. Has got a duel with Cabal on his hands, who is spraying down the majority of his team before he finally gets checked. A 3-on-3 now for Atox, and the bomb hasn't gone down yet.
Flying in the perfect spot to make a difference. He'll be able to take that control of short away from Flynn. Zaka ends picking up the scraps. MIQ and Yami stuck in cave right now, and they are just the fish in the barrel for Zaka to get a bit of aim crack in. Amelia, not quite able to land his shots there, so he'll have to go scurrying away to save himself and plant the bomb in a safe position. He's now again been spotted out. Zaka not shying away from a fight. I mean, you can see the hubris that Lynn Vision are playing with at the moment. They are not giving a whole lot of respect to Yami. A lot of individual peaks, but he's not really taking a huge amount of advantage of that. Molotov will buy a lot of time, and eventually Flying will get it done. That's 12 now for Lynn Vision. One round away from closing the map out, and Atox just have not shown up today in the same way that they did yesterday against Tyloo on this map.
Yeah, I mean, go back and look at the stats. It was a pretty hard carry performance from Yami in that opening half, and he was not able to replicate that today on the T side. So without that same level of performance from him, and arguably MIQ, who's, to be fair, been decent and actually has kind of been the most consistent player for Atox. They're having a lot more issues, and like I said, Yami continually facing those issues. 6 and 14, he is the first picked player for Atox in the make or break round here.
Melon is going to be given cave control for free if he wants it. Luca's going to start having a little bit of a look there, but man, he is very scared on this bomb site, calling for MIQ to come help him out. Vision happy to play with that timer for the moment. Now the flash is starting to go up into the sky. Molotov for the cutout, smoke for long and for short. Counter smoke from Atox, which will buy them a little bit of time, waste some of Lynn Vision's util, but honestly, Lynn Vision doesn't really care. They're going to blow the smoke open and charge their way into the B bomb site anyway. The rotation has come across from a couple of those Atox members, but it's all for naught. Cabal down for free, and Nuka won't be lasting too much longer either. Amelia, nice little flick, gets it done. 19-9 for him, and that is the map victory for Lynn Vision. And honestly, it felt like child's play, really, for the Chinese squad.
Yeah, it's been pretty cut and dry. I think Lynn Vision, since they dropped that one map to Bromo, which was on Ancient yesterday, they've been pretty locked in, and I think it's going to be the same story. You could see it just from their reaction. Like, they knew this game was Dunsky. This should be easy dub against Atox, playing with multiple coaches standing in. There should not even be particularly a close game, and you saw it from their body language, as well as the way that they fronted up in the server as well. They were feeling confident, maybe even overconfident at times, and weren't really ever punished for it.
Yeah, really, really solid stuff. I think across the board, Lynn Vision just looked like they were on another level. The only sort of maybe missing link was a Fufu on that CT side. Did have a bit of trouble trying to lock down the A site for a little bit of time, but realistically speaking, you got 4 out of the 5 guys banging, and Amelia having a pretty crazy game there in particular. Makes it for a very easy scoreline, as you can see. Lynn Vision, I think at this point, are probably just focused on Tyloo. You know, they're thinking, look, it doesn't really matter. This game, it should be ours every day of the week. But this game against Tyloo, this grand final, that if we do get there and we do have to play it, you know, will, I think, be somewhat relevant in terms of, you know, momentum going into the RMR, but also it's almost about proving that you do deserve to be there at the RMR. Because if you go down to Tyloo in this final, it's kind of like, well, those conversations are still going to pop up around the invite from Valve. But if they were to beat Tyloo on LAN a week ahead of them, you know, going into the RMR, especially with a map disadvantage in a best of 5, it's like, can't you really make much of an argument at that point?
I'd agree with that. 100%. That is what I'd love to see for Lynn Vision to kind of prove themselves. It's going to be difficult, though. Regardless, those focusing back in on this series, you've done our man a disservice by picking him as the Kadia player to watch today. Jordan Yami did not have best of games there on Asian, and I can see why you picked him yesterday. He was fantastic up against Tyloo, and you know. I think even necessarily playing a weaker team on the same map, at least a weaker team in my opinion, he just really has not had that same level of performance, unfortunately. The consistency not really there. So yeah, it's I think a big reason why you saw Atox get rolled so hard, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, I guess there's only so many times you can have a bit of a belter of a map, but you don't want to be missing out at a LAN like this. There's only going to be so many opportunities for the likes of Atox, especially with the roster changes that they've got going on to make it to an ESL Pro League. And they were there last season. Doesn't look like they're going to be there next season, although they do still have at least one more map to play with. Thing is, it's going to be Dust 2 coming up next. So when it comes to that map, Lynn Vision looked pretty strong on it yesterday. They generally look quite good on it. Zaka, a bit of a farmer at the moment as well. So I'd be looking at that Dust 2 and thinking, how do you stop Lynn Vision at this point? You don't have a primary AWPer that's going to be worth their salt. Zaka having an insane time. Amelia looking like he's popping off today at the moment as well. And Lynn Vision very focused on getting into that grand final against Tyloo. So all signs point to doom for Atox. I'd agree with that. And look, we'll see what they're able to come up with. The good news is they have multiple coaches to provide them a lot of insights and a little bit of a break to mull things over. So we'll see what they come up with right after the break. We'll be coming back soon.
Well, Atox need to do some serious thinking about how the rest of this series is going to play out, because things did not look very good there on Ancient. Going to be moving on to Dust 2 now, and that is Lynn Vision's map choice, which, honestly, I got to say, Pilski, does not give me a whole lot of faith that Atox are going to be surviving very long for the rest of this one.
Yeah, lucky for them, they have multiple coaches in the server to give lots of ideas. Unfortunately, as I've learned during my life as a chronic procrastinator, sometimes ideas are great, but if you can't take action on them, then you're not really going to get anywhere. And that is unfortunately, I think, the case today for Atox. Unless they can do the talking in the server, then Lynn Vision are going to be taking this one out 2-0.
Yep, have to agree. We'll find out, though, as we're about to head into it. And, yeah, look, there's one of the coaches. That'll be Flynn from Atox that needs to hopefully have much to say in that little break in the 10-minute break there or so. And I don't know about you, but I think the Vision have got this one wrapped up pretty nicely. Zaka looking pretty happy with himself. We'll see whether or not that changes, though, in the grand final. I think it's going to be a much bigger fish to fry for Lynn Vision if they do inevitably get there. Rice.
Pretty
special, I think that's meant to be.
Yeah, maybe.
There's a picture of Forsaken as well.
Forsaken?
Yeah,
like which one?
The Indian Forsaken.
Oh, right. The goat, of course.
He's just holding
My
up
bad.
the Indian Forsaken's face. Like, why?
Hey, some memes never die, Jordan. Look, decent turnout for this match. I'm sure it'll be packed out for Lynn Vision Tyloo if this match keeps going the way that it's been going. Should be a pretty good final, but before we make it there, let's see if Atox have anything to say about that. They do, of course, want a spot in ESL Pro League, and they'll do what they can in the server to try to find it, but it's going to be a pretty tall task here on Dust 2. It's been a great map for Lynn Vision. MIQ, though, he's been the standout for Atox. He's been the most consistent player. Yami and Cabal have been up and down, but he has always been delivering, and again, he's continuing to do so here on Dust 2. Opening pick on Amelia. He's going to find a pick over towards Long, which will give the T's a lot of options. They have a lot of info and space around the map. And it seems like they're going to throw a bit of an A fake. Another goosh there from MIQ onto Westmelon on the site is applying a lot of pressure. He's gone down, but this is all a bit of a fake to try to get into B. And Flying has actually been pulled off of Plat, so that's the key rotation that Atox are looking for. And they're going to take advantage of that timing.
Yeah, he's actually not opted to go back. He's decided to hold on to middle, and he is now just realizing his mistake. Fighting through the doors. There's a player around upper tunnels. It's having a bit of a peek. It's Yami who will elect to duck his head back down. All of a sudden, this round swings back in the favor of the T side. You've also got to think about that flank coming through from Cabal. So Lynn Vision have got to move pretty quick here. Time of the essence, but Flying, Westmelon a sliver away from death. Zaka not far off of that. It's really just a Fufu that is the player that can fight confidently. Luckily, headshots are being connected. You've got two players down now for Atox. Time ticking away, and maybe the round ticking away as well. It always felt like it was going to be a bit of a wishful thing for Lynn Vision. And honestly, they made it close, but not close enough. Atox hang on and take the pistol round for map 2.
So many gooshes there, delivered by Atox, making the difference. Zaka with a 4K in the second CT pistol of this series. He got a 4K on Ancient as well. What's he going to do with that? 3.2K. I mean, why am I even asking that? Of course, the scout comes out. He has enough money for light armor as well, Jordan, which means that even after that pretty substantial purchase, which would usually bankrupt you on the CT side round 2, he's still got $900 for the alt fund later on. And the rest of Lynn Vision will also force around it. So, Atox, they're taking this force pretty seriously, though. Look at that bite.
Well, we did see what Lynn Vision could do against Bromo yesterday with a round like this one. So
that was on the T side, though, to be fair.
True.
And that was actually a full save around a scout, and Zaka was just, like, walking around the map. On CT, look, a force buy around it is going to be a little bit more dangerous for Atox to deal with, and as for Zaka, I mean, you can't just walk around the map and take whatever tool you want on CT. You have to be a bit more pointed about where you're kind of positioning yourself and fighting and going for a pick. Back into another tech pause here. Looks like it's on the side of Atox, having a few issues. Get those ironed out. We do have some of the star admins on the ground here in Shanghai, so you can see it didn't take them very long to isolate the issue and fix that up.
Got the GOAT admins on site, so, you know, it just should be like that.
Just another day at the office, really.
Yeah. Well, Zaka, unfortunately not another day at the office for him with the Scout. Not to have too much success at this time around. Lynn Vision are going to continue to fight for long control. However, that hasn't gone too well for them. A couple of trades back, but by and large, it is Atox that are controlling Dust 2 at the moment. Westmelon might be able to nab himself an AK now.
He's pretty sick with the 5-7, man. I feel like every time Westmelon has a 5-7, he's usually doing work with it. Now a heads-up duel with MIQ, but the terrain has really done him a disservice there. You can see the little bit of the wall at the bottom missing. It means that MIQ can see the feeders and chucks a little bit of a pretty fire at him. So damage done by Atox there, Jordan. Not too bad, but sorry, by Lynn Vision rather. But Atox are still going to pick themselves up that round.
Decent start to the map for Atox. Again, starting on the T side, so might be able to hide some of the inconsistencies a little bit more. Able to get out on long, although I don't know if he's going to be surviving. He's got himself a smoke down. Now the backup from the teammate making this one looking a little bit safer. But this is a progression that is fraught with danger. Yami negotiating it quite nicely indeed. Has allowed some body pass, flying eventually, catching a couple. He's so good with the USP. He's got himself an AK, which, look, it's not going to get us too excited just yet, but if you can save it through to the next round, it could be quite impactful. Not sure that he's going to get given that opportunity, though. He seems to have maybe tossed it off of the map. It won't really be a big deal anyway, because all the AKs been taken through for Atox anyway.
Ooh, double orb. Or is it getting dropped? Yeah, dropped over the Zaka, never mind. So, Lynn Vision. First gun round here, actually not front running this matchup as much as they did on Ancient. Atox, once again, it seems like they are quite comfortable even with stand-ins playing the T side and doing a little bit better of a job of it. While they trying to keep back that CT aggression and actually the fire obscuring Zaka's vision for long enough there for the cross to come back through suicide. Now Atox starting to work through the middle of the map. Lynn Vision have taken the long extremity. Amelia stealth boosting up to short, keeping an eye on things over there. Flying going to play from gate, so they have a pretty committed hold B setup here, Lynn Vision. And they have taken long. They're going to play retake on short, and you can see Westmelon kind of sitting around in the middle of the map here, waiting for any kind of mid to B smoke coming out. Can break that with the HE he's holding on to. Atox will now take short control. And we'll see what their mid to late round's going to look like. It's kind of looking like they're trending towards an A split here.
Don't have to worry about Zaka if they go A. He's over towards B. He feels like the biggest threat at the moment on Lynn Vision. So it might not be a bad call from Atox. They've got all the util they need to make it work. There is going to be some delaying util available to Amelia. A nicely timed nade could do a pretty good chunk, and a molly there as well to maybe delay the progress into the A bomb site.
It's like they messed up smoke and backside and middle. Molly applying pressure to the middle of the map. Kabal's got the bomb. He needs to be careful not to die there. He showed the bomb in the middle of the map though, and now Atox going to pull the trigger on this A execute, but they're getting picked apart. It's not really going the way that they would have wanted. That's excellent anchoring work from Amelia.
Yeah, it's a very messy round from Atox, honestly, and I think in a world where Lynn Vision may be a little bit confused about what's happening there, but they hold strong on that A site. They don't over-rotate. They don't start getting a bit of a wriggle on into mid. Don't let Atox get away with a cheeky one, which is going to be the first round on the board for Lynn Vision.
Do not want to be shooting the bodies on land in Shanghai. That's an easy way to make an enemy of the crowd against the Chinese team.
Yeah.
Atox, I'd agree with you. That missed smoke into middle and then fighting out middle with the bomb. Kabal could have dropped that. The grenades not quite being on point. Atox just really didn't feel like they had the finesse they needed to for that round. Yami's been throwing the AWP here. He has the long spawn. Going to get onto the line, but Zaka's already there. And despite the fact that that flash has caught him full white, he still is able to win that AWP duel.
Such is the nature of Zaka on Dust 2. Pretty cerebral player on this map. Westmelon, however, is going to drop to Cabal, and there's maybe a little bit of an over contest there from Flying. If he drops, that's the B site completely opened up.
Ooh.
Instead, he does at least win his duel, because now with mid being lost, that B site is actually under quite serious threat.
Yeah, MIQ's cut the map in half beautifully there. Found the kill on the rotation. Zaka once again wanting to be the hero here. Fufu's pushed all the way through long. Zaka catches MIQ, retreating down into lower dark, Flying, blowing open the smoke, only to find 2 Ts running at him, and he's just trying to anchor for long enough as the flashes come in to support from Zaka, and the AWP shot on the cross. Lynn Vision will deny any chance of Atox getting that successful B hit together and pick up their second round here, so... Look, a couple of confused-looking T rounds in a row there for Atox. That was another one of them where something doesn't go right for them, and they don't really seem to have a follow-up or an answer for that. Like the missed mid to B smoke in the previous round, that round they just missed that AWP duel on long, and didn't really feel like they had a clear direction from that, other than multiple players just fighting different angles. Kabbalah's forced an AWP into this round though, and found the opening pick. So we'll see if Atox can capitalize.
Well, Amelia's taken a lot of control, and he's heard Flynn as well. So he knows there's at least someone outside of these bedroom doors. Westmelon could be in a bit of a pickle though if a bunch of players push their way through middle. And once again, it is the B bomb site that's looking pretty seriously undefended. I mean, Flying's there on his own, sure, but if he goes down, which it's very possible with the amount of Atox players here, and B gets opened right up. We'll get the smoke out.
Yeah, CC AWP on the line, and here's a deagle as well, so you can kind of think that probably 2 players towards upper dark. After that contact comes in, Amelia feels like he has space to push. Westmelon also looking for information. And they're clearing a lot of the map. They have actually overlooked MIQ in middle there, so... You might have a timing to make something happen here. It's going to be hard with only a Glock, though, and Amelia's caught him from top middle, and they know that Atox, at least 2 players, were in toward upper here, and they're just bombarding them with utility. It's an easy spray down from Westmelon. Flying wasn't even needed. And the hero AWP bite doesn't really get too much done there for Atox. 3 in a row for Lynn Vision.
It was looking dangerous for a moment, but it was a brief moment. And Amelia's position, you know, called out at the start of the round, that spot on... well, deep on long in bedroom. It felt like if he doesn't get cleared out, inevitably at some point he's going to activate in the round, and that's exactly what he did. Gets the timing perfectly on point. Pretty much wins that round for Lynn Vision. Now we're going to see another contest over long. Molotov is going to go through, but a couple of Atox members made it out to the blue bin. Unfortunately, that is not going to be a safe place away from the grenades. We've traded down nicely by Flynn, all things considered. That could have been much worse for Atox. But they've still got to find Amelia, and he's somewhere behind these smokes, creeping his way into pit.
Kabbalah's found an M4, so upgrading from the Tech 9 gives a little bit more punching power towards these 2 players on short. Flynn, really, it's just a case of pressure for him, especially now MIQ's found that pick on the site. He will... Ooh, hold on. Amelia with a bit of trigger discipline wants to go for 2, but as he turns around, will have to reveal his position. Bomb being planted, safe behind single. Low HP for Amelia means that Flying's probably got to get the majority of the work done, and he's doing work indeed. Nice shot onto MIQ, and Amelia on the headshot line against an AWP wins the duel from pit. 3K from Amelia in that round. And Lynn Vision, that's their 4th in a row. That means the loss bonus now for Atox is really starting to build, so in combination with that bomb plant, they can consider investing quite heavily into this round. See if they want to go for the full-on force or whether it'll just be half-buy for some economic pressure. With the B spawn, I'd love to see just them try to take some kind of 9 timing into B. Haven't really seen them pick up the pace very much.
Yeah, Amelia's absolutely fragging at the moment, isn't he? Great map 1. Looking really solid here on map 2 as well. MIQ is trying to do his best Zaka impression, but not landing the shot through the doors. So they'll be smoked off instead.
Flynn also getting smoked off. Util pressure there from Cabal towards B. He's been pretty aggressive in Upper Dark. Usually you just see the T's take minimal control, but he has really been trying to take duels actively against Lynn Vision on that part of the map. Atox now organizing themselves to take short here, and Zach are going to respect that, make his way back towards Cart. Mid to B smoke coming out, but Westmelon seeing them all jump up onto Cart. Means that Lynn Vision are going to be pretty prepped to try to defend this A hit.
Great timing. Not looking too bad there from Amelia. Good little chunk across a couple of members. Some damage starting to come through now from Fufu as well. Amelia struggling to get involved from the angle that he's found himself on, but there are so many Lynn Vision players here that Atox should never really be allowed into the site. And Westmelon chooses his timing perfectly. Gets 3. Everybody's jumping up and down, trying to avoid the shots. It won't matter. 5-3 is the scoreline. Lynn Vision are starting to look dominant on Dust 2.
As expected. The buys keep coming through for Atox, but they're not finding very much success. And despite 2 coaches being in the server, this is a team that hasn't actually taken that many tack timeouts when things have started to get rough. I'd honestly love to see it at this point of the game. Once again, the player with the long spawn will take the AWP. It's MIQ up onto the line. Molly does not flush him backwards. Flash doesn't hit him either. He had multiple chances to get a shot together though, but he's not a primary AWPer. So, not quite having the skills he needs to be able to calibrate correctly. Middle of the map, you saw another AWP duel not being won by Zaka as the smoke gets blown open for a mere moment. But as things settle, this round standardizing quite a bit. It's just slow, kind of defaulty approach here from Atox. You do have Zaka moving the AWP over towards the B side of the map after taking a duel on double doors. What will Atox do in the mid round here? Because these A short executes have not been going very well. This time Lynn Vision seems like they want to get aggressive though.
Oh, Amelia and Fufu. And if they don't get flashed in, they might be going down to MIQ right here. In fact, Fufu. Oh! Never mind Fufu. Think about MIQ. Nice shot through the flash. He's got 2. Bit of stroke of brilliance for Atox, and maybe it can nab them another round. MIQ's just heard you, Pilski, and he said, he's not a primary AWPer. Watch this.
I am an AWPer. You don't know anything, bro. Oh, Atox. Winning around there off of exactly that. Individual brilliance from MIQ. I have to say, though, and I was saying it as that was happening, I feel like Lynn Vision have been shutting down these short rounds every single time just with, like, pretty standard holds. And that time, like, their aggression just kind of backfires, right? They're trying to mix things up, do something a little bit differently. And when what they were doing already, it wasn't really having too many issues. Flying. He's just got way too much to do there, and MIQ is going to finish it off with a no-scope. A 4K in a round where he missed 2 or 3 shots to start things off.
He's not a primary AWPer.
He's not.
Yeah, well.
But that was a good round.
That was a good round. Can he replicate it, though? That'll be the big question.
He's been promoted to primary AWPer now. Atox wasn't sure. They've been throwing it around a little bit.
Ooh.
Yeah, C3 cross to B.
Is he going to challenge Zaka? Zaka wants to challenge him.
Zaka welcomes that duel for sure. Jump spot from Amelia. Gonna maybe give him a nade. Nice shot on the cross, and HE gonna clean up Nuka there. That's a 1-2 punch from Zaka and Amelia.
Yeah, he's still going to creep his way up mid. Not sure what he's going to be able to do with it. The crossfire between Amelia and Westmelon is a pretty solid one. It'll be Atox to explore short one more time. Haven't really had to deal with Zaka crossing into the A site just yet, but this time he set up a car.
And Lynn Vision going back to what was working before. Look at how much util they're holding on at 55 seconds. Like, they're just going to reply with any util as this A pressure comes in. Wow. Molly and HE's cleaning up Amelia there and getting Atox a pick, applying pressure towards this A side. Now that the B smoke comes in, it's going to be down to Flying and Westmelon to hold onto the site. MIQ continues to deliver with the AWP. Smoke blown open And Zaka cleaned up by MIQ there. This man is on a bit of a tear with the AWP right now. Another 3K. A 4K and a 3K in back-to-back rounds, and he's hungry for more. It's another 4K. 2 rounds in a row for Atox. MIQ is just dominating.
He's just charging at him, isn't he? 13 and 6 in the last couple of rounds. He has really accelerated. That's wild stuff.
Dude was literally 4 and 6. Sorry. Yeah, I think he was 4 and 6. And then he got 2 4Ks in a row. Like he was having a bad game. Or 5 and 6, something like that. Yeah, 5 and 6. My math's bad. Yeah, he's still on the AWP. Yeah, he's the long take. Zaka. He's a pretty good AWPer too. He is a primary AWPer. I also have my doubts about him as a primary AWPer, so maybe Atox don't need an AWPer pickup.
Oh, look at this from Amelia. He's just pushed all the way down mid.
Yeah, he mixed these in. New changes. CT aggression. Lynn's not aware of it. Bombs in T-spawn. That's also not ideal from Atox. Usually the coaches are the one that give you a slap on the wrist for leaving the bomb behind.
Well, it will be MIQ to go and retrieve it. Back to square one for Atox. It's been looking pretty decent for the last couple of rounds, but right on the precipice of breaking the Lynn Vision economy and taking control of this half away from them, they might just end up losing a pivotal round and allowing Lynn Vision to walk away with the 7-5 lead. It's a nice peek, though, from Yami. It's cost him half of his HP, but at least he's bringing the numbers back somewhat.
Got to be another big round from MIQ, probably. Main man's in upper dark with the bomb. 2 players to defend here from Lynn Vision. Flying up close in that gate position. I don't think they've seen him there yet. Westmelon going to be on the line. Can potentially set him up with the flash, but caught on the jump spot. Now Flying has to bump up multiple. Oh, he's having a tough time with the MP9, and MIQ's finally going to clean him up into a 2-on-2 now. A Fufu with a good flank timing here, but surely that's been heard by Nuka.
Oh, I imagine that it has. It's been smoked off either way. Got the CT smoke coming into upper tunnels as well, just to try to maybe waylay some of the suspicions from Atox, and it might have worked. Nuka is head down right now. A Fufu! No, he thought he got the kill! Oh, you're kidding me! Zaka's going to have to get it done, and of course he does. That was a little bit of a mishap, but
Bro,
it works out in the end.
You're not using an AK. Come on now. Like, one bullet to the back of the head's not gonna get it done. Man's got the MP9 now, and he's done that. Like, come on, bro. Oh man. Yeah, it's almost making it work. That's another pretty hotly contested game. Like, it's again on the T side though, and it's again off of one of these players on Atox having that hard carry. This time it's MIQ just putting the whole team on his back and saying, look, let's win a couple of rounds. But it's another kill for him. Pick on the cross onto Westmelon. That's fantastic.
Oh, everybody's burning.
Oh, traffic jam!
Is in the perfect spot to deal with it as well. Zaka there to help him out. It's going to be USP now for Flying, but don't worry. He's pretty good with it. He's thrown away his gun. It's all right. Zaka exists.
Yeah, all good. MIQ exists too. And he's the best AWPer in Asia right now. See, Zaka. He can't even hit a shot. Who is this guy?
No.
Well, he's been flashed by his teammate and then run out by MIQ, volley to window. This is so winnable, Jordan.
Zaka has never seen gameplay like this before. He's absolutely stunned.
Yeah, these are the kind of moves you gotta pull out when you play with 2 bloody stand-ins. MIQ's heard a Fufu burn to the molly there, so he knows he was around window a good 5 seconds ago.
I reckon Fufu is shitting bricks at the moment. He doesn't want to walk into this B-bomb site, but he's going to have to. He's the last man standing for Lynn Vision.
He doesn't look thrilled about it.
I mean, MIQ's only on 20 HP. Fufu just needs to find him, but time of the essence, and MIQ might have spotted him out, but it won't matter. Defuse is on, and that is the end of the half. Fufu will at least claim the lead for Lynn Vision. 7-5 going through to the second half. Well, it wasn't the worst of halves for Atox, but it has to be said it was largely off the orb of MIQ that they got their work done. 5 rounds, it's something, but knowing that Lynn Vision are on their favored map and they're also moving on to the T side, I can't really see a world where Atox is going to be able to hold down the fort now.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. CT sides have suffered quite often unless someone goes huge, and the majority of the time it's been MIQ and Yami. Had at least 1 or 2 good halves from Cabal here and there, but we'll see if they can continue the good work. Already opening up this round with 2 kills, 1 each, to put Lynn Vision in a bit of a pickle right now. Zaka is trying to bail them out, punishing that aggression from Cabal over on Catwalk, starting to turn this situation around in the favor of Lynn Vision, who still have got a lot of space to be making something happen. Can be proactive on that T side with the man advantage. It's only 2 apiece to either of the sites, and Atox searching for information, playing process of elimination, pushing into bedroom, and just staying a bit more stagnant on the B side of the map.
Westmelon's going to go hunting a little bit onto short, see if he can isolate a duel or 2. Make the job a bit easier for Lynn Vision later on down the track, and he did spot Nuka out there. Doesn't want to take that fight. In the end, decides to jump his way down in TT spawn. The shot's coming through onto the site. Players, no connections just yet. Westmelon having a fight as well. He'll drop. Flying, at least able to trade 1 back, and the numbers still looking okay here for Atox. They are slowly but surely losing the control that they had. And Atox get themselves another pistol. It's both the pistols on this map.
Plant comes in for Lynn Vision though, and we all know what that means. Kill for Zaka and flying as well. That's definitely scout armor for Zaka. See what the rest of the boys are going to buy. So, it's a good pistol for Atox, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Oh, actually, no full spike. Scout purchase and some deagles, so Lynn Vision going to go back to the same approach. They love to just have a glass cannon scout and a couple of pistols upgraded. Has been an approach.
Oy.
Oh, a number of times. Just so good at hitting that shot on the cross, bro. Like, it's actually a ridiculous percentage. The man does not miss that shot on the cross.
Nobody does it quite like Zaka.
They literally pick a whole map every time. Just ban it, you know. At what point do you just ban it?
Get some more damage out. I mean, just...
Every shot connects.
What do you
Someone
even
check
say?
his scout.
Yeah, it's a little bit illegal. Flynn round the back. Gonna get domed by Amelia with a deagle. I don't know what we're watching. Actually, I do. I've seen this before. Lynn Vision, force buy. Not even really. Like, it's
No,
not
it's
even really a
Veto.
force buy. A foo-foo. Going to be
Another one.
the decoy grenade essentially for Zaka right there. And this will be a bomb plant. Yaman to now try and clutch against Flying and Zaka, neither of whom have armor, to be fair.
I mean, the damage has already been done, even if they don't win this round. Flying, spotting him on the cross. Oh, he's tickled him up. He said, Zaka, finished him off. I've made him one hittable to the scout. He's connected a shot through the wall. No way, you're trying to jump spam that. I mean, what is that? What is that, Jordan? Explain.
He's been watching Splashkey VODs.
Oh, bro, no one's going to get that reference. You're so old.
So it's probably 10 years since that happened. No, it's actually not 10. It's probably more like 8 years since that happened.
Move on.
I can't. It's the same map, bro. What do you want me to do?
Is it even the same version anymore?
No. If they wanted me to stop talking about that, they should just add new maps to the game. But here we are. We're still on Dust 2.
Yeah, flying. He's sent it out long.
Whoa, Cabal.
Yeah,
That's ambitious.
That is a wall, and not in a good way. It's like, whoa, what are you doing?
Woly dooly.
That was pretty optimistic for Nuka. Taking shots in the open like that with a pistol. I love the optimism, you know. It does inspire me. Hold on.
Well,
That's a
Pilsky,
couple of good kills.
you don't have to call me a pessimist anymore. Call me an optometrist.
Oh, bloody hell. Well, you don't need to check Amelia's eyes. All flying. They are looking pretty sharp. They're looking pretty focused. They could read even all the little numbers and the letters at the bottom.
Yummy. It's going on an adventure. And I think it's like, might have been spotted there by Flying. Maybe not.
HE?
Yeah, but it definitely was.
Oh, no!
Flying's just not good at the game, apparently.
Nah, terrible. I said he was the GOAT, but he's not. That's not even really that impressive of a shot, you know? That's
Even
pretty
Pilsky
average.
could have thrown that grenade better.
I could have. It's the one I can do. There's two things I do in Counter-Strike, Jordan, traditionally.
Right.
I throw grenades, and I go 10 for 10 every game until we play a good team. And then I get 13-3'd, and then I quit CS and start casting. And here I am.
Perfect.
Fast B smoke. There you go. Line up for your games. Well, to be fair, Yami made it easy for him, right? You can't be peeking doors when Zaka exists.
Truly. I mean, especially when he's got an AWP, like, let alone a scout.
No, doesn't matter. I reckon he could probably hit the shot on the cross with a Glock.
Look at how methodical Lynn Vision are being with this B bomb site.
Didn't they run into a stack here yesterday, though? So, like, you can't blame him. Like, this is... We've seen them do this same anti-eco multiple times now, so... Literally,
Yeah.
even Bromo anti-stratted them. Even Bromo. They don't even have strats, Jordan.
Maybe Lynn Vision doesn't need to pull out anything new in this matchup, though. Save it for the game against Tyloo. Save it for the RMR. Don't tell me they're not cooking something up in the lab.
There's nothing new about this. Zaka's 21-9. That's pretty routine, if you ask me.
Starting to run
Okay,
dry,
smoke.
the Atox economy.
Smoke on the cross. Okay, they made it. Wait, no, that's because Zaka is going long. Oh. Smoke goes up. Oh, he's just too good, bro. He's just too good.
You can't write it better. You cannot. Zaka's just insane at the moment. Oh, Nade's going to kill Westmelon, but it probably won't matter. Zaka's still alive, and he is the GOAT. He's him. Zaka is him.
Don't
Z4KR. 4 kills
Don't
per
do it.
round. That's what it stands for.
Yeah,
The
Mike,
4
you
kills
don't-
per round.
Do it. Okay, Flynn's the best. It's decided. Look
Zaka's
at him.
friendship ended with Zaka. Now Flynn is my GOAT.
2-on-2. MIQ's alive, and the GOAT's dead, so this is Dunsky. Signed, sealed, and delivered for Atox. In goes MIQ, tickled up by Flynn. Flying doesn't even have a primary weapon until he picks up the AK. Stuck
Flying is
behind the
stressed,
smoke.
bro. He needs to get the
Yeah,
bomb.
he is. He knows he's on the chopping block right now. You know, he's barely staying in the team at the moment. He has to win this one-on-one. His paycheck depends on this. Meanwhile, MIQ doesn't even care. Dobu's not even here. Like, who cares?
Well, Flying is going to be given the bomb. Where is he going to go? Is he going to go B?
Yep.
MIQ's waiting for him.
Yeah. He's read it. There's no doubt. Like, when the bomb doesn't go down, that's sus. That's very sus. He was starting to get concerned about the bedroom cross. Wrap back around through middle, so he had to reposition up to short. 16 HP now. He's been tickled up pretty heavily by Flying. Util pressure coming in. Only 4 bullets. Flying's not reloading, and he's donating a lot of HP. Missed shot from MIQ.
What am I watching right now?
one
This
bullet.
is
Make it
crazy. He
stop.
pulled out the
Make it
pistol.
stop.
MIQ has the AWP. He doesn't miss with the AWP. Flying misses everything, apparently. What?
What are these rounds, bro? What are these rounds?
You said it. Flying is playing for his position in this team right now. And he is choking under that pressure.
He's so stressed, bro. He's so stressed.
Like, he had every opportunity to get that one done with the spray in mid. Twice he got the opportunity, actually. Misses that. Doesn't reload. Sits in the
Right.
Molotov. He got tagged by that molly twice.
MIQ, he's just playing for fun, bro, you know?
And even then, MIQ misses a pretty free shot and says, Flying, I'll give you a second chance. But, buddy, I'm not giving you the third.
Bro, there's a whole, like, trilogy to that round. That 1v1 had a whole, like, backstory and everything. Yeah, I mean...
Zach is
yeah.
back alive again, by the way.
Do we even need to, like, say that happened? Like, we all know.
Zaka? No, it's going to be Amelia this time. I mean,
Yeah,
look,
you gotta
Amelia's
give-
been...
You gotta give
Amelia's
some to the other boys, you know?
Ooh.
could change things.
Could. Amelia
Yeah,
has the bomb, so
forfeited.
he has to exit long.
They forfeited long control, and Yami's cleared that out. Re-smoke on doors. Now they can get the rotation back across to the middle of the map. Nuka should have pushed upper dark about 6 years ago after seeing that much of a long contest, but now he hasn't got that forward position. Yami, he's crabbing. He is crabbing the mid-doors line. Love this from him.
We didn't see him, though. Nuka just going to be jiggle peeking for the smoke. He is given a little bit of a window here for Lynn Vision. If they go around the corner when he's not looking, he might actually get picked. But some U2 getting tossed out. It's going to give the game away. Smoke goes down. And Lynn Vision, where are they going? They don't have time.
They don't know where they're going. So how can Atox know? Oh, wait, they do. They know exactly where they're going. They're util dumping them. You can't get out of upper tunnels here. They're going to save. All right. And look at Flying. He knows that his spot's on the line. He's like, I got to get this AK to the next round, guys. I'm going to get kicked from the team. It's all jokes, of course. All jokes, guys. Flying is my goat. I remember when he 40-bombed Tyloo on train.
Okay, you're talking about me living in the past.
5 years ago. 5 years ago. Remember Train?
I do. I wish Train was in the map pool.
All right.
Could go back
All
to
jokes
that.
aside, this is 8 and 10 for Atox.
Yep.
Tyloo are paying MIQ the big bucks to keep this series going. They say, bro, make it work for it. I want them nice and tired for this final.
Okay, so apparently MIQ is actually getting the better of Zaka now. That's the second round in a row. And that's a huge cause for concern for Lynn Vision because, well, the reason that they've been winning a lot of these rounds, the way that they've been winning this map has been off the back of Zaka. So if he's out of the round, it actually starts to look a fair bit more toothless.
I totally agree. And I have to say as well, that's also of concern to most of the Mongolian scene also, because Atox no longer need primary AWPer anymore. They can just pick up any rifler, and they're probably still the best team in Mongolia outside of Mongols. I'm convinced. Put him on the AWP.
What is going to be the go-to for Lynn Vision? A walk-in onto A wouldn't actually be a bad shout. There's no one watching it at the moment. Cabal jumping up. Have they heard him? No! Now they know that he's there. He's going to be mollied out of position. Westmelon also catching Yami, who was coming back from long. There's another player there. Seems like Lynn Vision aware of that possibility. Tossing a flash in the direction of Flynn. He just walks out around the corner. A Fufu's tossed the best Molotov I've ever seen. Lynn Vision are getting through this round, but it's a weird one.
Guys, this is a top 3 ECL game, by the way, on land in China that we're watching. Watching someone crab walk full blind into the open and then someone molly off themselves. Oh, guys. I promise you ACS is on the rise. I promise you.
Yeah.
That was an outlier.
One little part of it is. It's called the Mongols.
Yeah.
5 players and a coach.
Yeah, but to be fair, Tyloo should do pretty good at this major, right?
Oh, without a doubt. Best team in China. Chinese major. Perfect storyline. If only they would have made the RMR. You know what?
Yeah.
They might get there on the show match. They might get there on the show match.
They're going to dominate that
What
show
if they
match,
did?
bro.
Okay, here's the thing. They could do Chinese super team versus the world, and it's just Tyloo in the show match.
Yeah. That would be big shade to Zaka, honestly. Yeah, look, he is still the GOAT.
Oh, wait! He's got Cabal too.
Yeah, he doesn't miss, bro. Every hits. This crunching upper, that is the weirdest pick I've ever seen. Mag 7! Beautiful from Flynn. The coaches combined to decimate the B tunnels, Jordan.
I can tell you're really getting into it. Amelia destroys Cabal. And that's the A site. Okay, Lynn Vision are at least kind of coming back into that confident playstyle that we would have hoped to have seen from them. Yami hits a huge bink onto a Fufu and onto Amelia. Hang on, it's not over yet. Everybody keep your heads down. Zaka has arrived to save the day. 26 and 12 he is. And Yami has to get it done solo, but the flash will buy some more time. There's another one.
And
another one. Or
No,
not
he's not
another one.
throwing it. He's done.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Zack it
Beautiful.
down.
No
Zack
kit,
it
though.
down. Molly, that should just clip a Fufu. Forces out the peak. Amelia, though, will get it done. One too many HPs, unfortunately, for Yami to deal with. 12-8, and Lynn Vision are 1 round away from getting us all off of this very, very scary roller coaster ride that I never want to go on again because I feel like I'm going to fall out of my seat and probably land on the ground and die.
But I had fun, though. You know,
It was fun. Yeah.
Wouldn't do it again. Had fun.
I mean,
Atox,
you've got to be a little bit scared, right? Like, that's where the fun comes in.
Yeah, true. Gotta get your thrills. Scouts here for Flynn. Aggression into lower dark there from Yami. This is a very just slow default round here for Lynn Vision. Literally double backyard. Both Flying and Westmelon just waiting for a CT to run into their crosshair. Does not get more passive than this. Lynn Vision doing their due diligence, working the map, letting the CTs waste grenades. Who wants long control? Honestly, you guys can have it. You really want to just use all of your util holding on to these positions? That's fine. We're not going to be doing anything until literally 1 minute 10. Molly's go into the middle of the map. They've seen that lower dark setup. They know the CTs are fighting for the middle of the map, and they're isolating them with utility, and they're all posted up from top mid. Fufu's just making light work of that. Reactive flashes as well, making it difficult for the CTs to even peek into anything. And that mid crunch has been dismantled beautifully by Lynn Vision, who should eventually at some point win this game.
At some point. Hopefully in the next 15 seconds. Lynn has given up. He's gone for the knife kills. He just wants to do it on land. He's going to get it done on land. How many times have you seen that? A coach with a knife kill on land. Well, at least they got something out of today. But unfortunately, that's the end of the series for Atox. It's the end of their run at ESL Challenger League Season 48. Top 3, all things considered, not a bad result considering the tumultuous nature of this roster at the moment. But what that does mean is that Lynn Vision will be locking in their spot at ESL Pro League Season 21. There will be 2 Chinese teams out of ESL Challenger League to join what we imagine will be an invite to Mongols as the 3 representative teams from Asia going through to the next season. And that's quite nice going into the Shanghai RMR, obviously, with Lynn Vision. You know, they'll have that in check, and then they'll be going over to ESL Pro League. So there's a lot to look forward to for Chinese Counter-Strike fans in the next sort of 6 months or so.
Yeah, I think China doing pretty good at the moment. Mongolia doing pretty good at the moment when they don't have to play with 6 coaches as stand-ins. Just is what it is. However, Vision made to work for that series maybe a little more than they would have liked. That's going to expend a little bit of energy. So if they're going to win this series, like I said before, minimum 3 more maps that they're going to have to play. I think it's more likely 4 if they're going to try to win that grand final. There's no way Tyloo doesn't take at least 1.
Yep.
That's going to be a very long day of Counter-Strike for Lynn Vision, but at least got that one done. 2-0, having to exert themselves a little bit. And the main thing is they have qualified for ESL Pro League, like you said, and the rest of it's just bragging rights and cash on offer in Shanghai, China. Another head-to-head matchup between Lynn Vision and Tyloo. Seen this matchup multiple times. I would say it's the China El Clasico, but at the same time, Rare Adam's kind of been throwing hands lately. So, look, we'll see how that kind of develops over time. But at least for today, it's going to be the China El Clasico.
Yeah, look, I think it's fair to say it is the El Clasico, right? Rare Adam haven't quite solidified themselves in that echelon just yet. Obviously, we both believe at the moment that Rare Adam looking a little bit better than Vision, but they don't have the the history, I guess, that probably you would say the last couple of years really have been Lynn Vision versus Tyloo in some kind of iteration for both of those 2 teams as the fight for number 1 in China. And then it's always been Rare Adam that's kind of been playing third fiddle, and it's only been maybe in the last sort of 2 to 6 months that Rare Adam have maybe started to eclipse Lynn Vision. But obviously they didn't get to play this season of ESL Challenger League, so can't really have that conversation around Rare Adam. But I'm sure that they'll be back next season. They didn't get to play this season because they didn't play last season, and then they had to basically have a season off, was kind of the determination, I think. But either way, we'll talk about that when we get there next season. Unfortunately, we have to check back in with our player to watch, and for Yami, it's not quite been the day today that he would have wanted. Not the worst of performances there on Dust 2 if we're really sort of trying to be nice about it. But 12 and 18, unfortunately for Yami, both these maps going negative, and they're just not good enough. If Atox was to want to find themselves a win today, it really needed to come off the back of Yami, Cabal, MIQ. MIQ definitely came up with the goods, at least there on Dust 2, but not the case for Yami. 18 and 32 over the day. We've done him dirty by choosing him as the player to watch, but unfortunate is what it is.
I mean, at the same time, like, Yami and Cabal didn't even do that much better than the coach stand-ins in this series. All of Atox outside of MIQ playing pretty poorly, unfortunately. That's another classic from Zaka, plus 22. I can't imagine what his stats are going to look like by the end of the tournament. It's going to be an absolute heater from him in ECL. But Lynn Vision joined Tyloo as the reps over there in ESL Pro League. For Atox, might not even need a primary or, but nah, jokes aside, I'm keen to see what happens with their roster once the RMR does finish up, and you know, there's a lot of Mongolian talent in the pipeline, so I'm sure that they'll be able to find some kind of competitive roster put together heading into next year, because they were looking pretty good until things have been blowing up lately. They're in a bit of a weird period, so I'd agree with you, despite the fact that they've had to have all of these extenuating circumstances, still finishing top 2 in their local league and still finishing top 3 overall in ECL, despite some hampered playing circumstances. They've done pretty well for themselves. So look, we'll take a look at the bracket to how everything's gone for this season, and look, we'll see the grand final teed up ahead of us. That is going to be Tyloo and Lynn Vision. You see all the way on the right side of your screen, and Tyloo will have a 1 map advantage to kick things off.
Yeah, I think there is definitely a world where Lynn Vision can contest this series, but just thinking about where the maps are going to sort of shape up, I mean, if Mirage goes through, which I would imagine is going to be unlikely, that would definitely be a map that would be favoring Tyloo on. Anubis, Ancient feel like they could be a bit of a toss-up. Inferno probably as well. I don't know. I mean, I think there's definitely, you know, some arguments to be made that if Lynn Vision do manage to get all 5 of the members firing, you know, if Zaka especially is kind of in that carry performance mode, and then you get Flying, you get a Fufu having better performances actually than what we saw from them here in the game against Atox, you know, then I think there's definitely enough firepower there for Lynn Vision to make this one, let's say, at least not easy for Tyloo, right? Like, we shouldn't be going into this one saying it's definitely Tyloo 3-0 every day of the week. I think that's a bit of a stretch too far, but favored pretty largely towards Tyloo, even still after watching that one, because again, Lynn Vision, they did have to work a little bit against Atox. And Tyloo had to work a little bit against Atox yesterday as well, so if we just compare those kinds of results, where do you sit yourself? I mean, it's a Chinese derby on LAN. Anything can really happen. I mean, Tyloo as well, this team quite famous for choking, and we're not necessarily sure who or what the reason is for that. We always thought, okay, maybe it's Kaze, maybe it's Advent, but that has continued to be a bit of a problem actually with Mercury, Jamyoung, and Mosey as the core 3, even with this new Tyloo roster. So that's something that we'll think about when we get back into that grand final, but that will be in a little while. We've got an hour-and-a-half break. Obviously, Lynn Vision need to have some dinner, get ready for that grand final. Oh, apparently it's only 30 minutes.
Yeah, 40 minutes, I think, is the break. So next match will start like 35 past or so like a bit over half an hour, and we'll be back a little bit sooner than that with the pre-show, I think.
All right, well, that's news to me. Okay, well, come back in 40 minutes or so, and we'll see you then for the grand final. Peace. Grand final time here for ESL Challenger League Season 48 Asia. It is Tyloo and Lynn Vision that have been playing off over, it feels like 6 months at this point. It's been a very, very long season to get to this grand final. It is in Shanghai. It is fitting that we've got two teams from China to make their way all to this grand final to make the distance. And obviously here we are, Pilski, once again for another Tyloo and Lynn Vision matchup, which is becoming a bit of a recurring theme. We do see these teams facing against each other quite often, which is not too big of a surprise, but there's a little bit more of a grudge match, I guess, involved here, with Lynn Vision having lost a couple of players to Tyloo somewhat recently, so there's a fair bit to look forward to.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually seen them take each other on with these current rosters. It looks like the last time they played each other was actually in Season 47 in the playoffs there. That's when Starry was still on Lynn Vision, and he did his due diligence actually winning that series for Lynn Vision. At that time, he was already, I think there was already rumors he was already maybe in talks joining Tyloo, but that shows a lot about Starry's integrity as a player. Even being in talks with the team he was playing against, he still absolutely destroyed them in the server and allowed Lynn Vision to almost, I think they did actually win that last season. So they're kind of the reigning champs here of ECL, if I remember correctly. And Tyloo, now this Chinese super team that's been assembled, I think the main storyline for me really being that Lynn Vision at the moment, they still have such a strong core, but they kind of feel like a bit of a leftovers team. You see both G and Starry in different circumstances departing Lynn Vision and joining up with this core of Tyloo, who people are touting as this Chinese super team, whereas Lynn Vision have gotten that direct invite to the RMR. Tyloo have unfortunately failed to qualify. So for Tyloo, this is always a bit of a grudge match to kind of prove they are the best Chinese team here in ECL on LAN and prove that despite some weird online results and not being able to overcome Rare Atom, that they may have deserved the invite. And the invite partially went to Lynn Vision due to some of these not being counted towards the Valve ranking. So look, there's a lot that goes into it, but ESL Challenger League Asia, despite the fact that both of these teams have qualified for Pro League, has actually had a fair bit of bearing on who goes to the RMR, who doesn't, the major cycle, all that kind of stuff. It is still one of the biggest tournaments that goes on the most regularly here in Asia.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention the fact as well that it will be a seeding match going into Pro League Season 21. We don't know necessarily exactly how that's going to impact things, but you would assume that being a higher seed should be better. I'm just looking at some of the other teams that have qualified already. I mean, we're talking the likes of Housebets, Mindfreak, FlyQuest from the Oceanic side of things, although obviously ESL Challenger Atlanta was the qualification spot for FlyQuest. That's why there's 3 Oceanic teams. You got a couple of Brazilian teams in there, you know, a couple of other teams coming through from Europe, the ESL Challenger League finishing there, Sangal and Amiga getting those slots. So those are the kinds of names that you're probably going to be vying for contention with if you're a top seed, right? Like if you're a Tyloo, you're going to be looking at this and saying, okay, probably we maybe play against a Housebets rather than a Mindfreak, let's say, for example, because that would be seed 2 from OS versus seed 1, or an Amiga instead of a Sangal or something like that. So there's a few little intricacies involved there. And there's also going to be 4 global standing invites to stage 1. So what I think the biggest, most important thing is that if you're a seed 1 team coming out from Asia, I would assume that you don't play against one of those Valve ranking invite teams, because those will presumably be the strongest teams in that stage. If they're, you know, teams from 9th to 12th in the global ranking, which in theory, you know, it could be someone like a Mongols, for example. If you could be a Tyloo right now and you could avoid a Mongols and instead play a team like Mindfreak or Housebets, I think you probably take that. So taking this qualification pretty seriously, but the seeding as well, I think in this grand final going to be quite important to kind of consider as well.
And not to mention, like, I've had my gripes with the Valve ranking, particularly when it comes here to Asia, and we've even seen the results of that, unfortunately, in the RMR invites. But one thing that it does do well is these matches that aren't qualification matches that may have just been for bragging rights or a little bit of prize money here and there now actually do matter when it comes down to your Valve ranking, which heading into 2025, you're going to have to do your best to maintain that. So every chance that you can possibly get to get more Valve ranking points, you're going to take it.
Yep, most definitely. Lots to think about, obviously, going into next year with these ranking points involved, but at least focusing in on this matchup now between Tyloo and Lynn Vision. Historically speaking, it has actually been Lynn Vision favored, but that has all been prior to big changes that we've seen actually for both of these two teams. And there's a little bit to be said for Tyloo even still kind of finding their feet with this roster over the last sort of 3 to 6 months. But it's kind of at that point now where there isn't really any excuse. I think going into that RMR, we all had them pegged as the number one team, the Chinese super team, what have you. It didn't really work out for them there, but they've even had like another month or so since those invites went out and since the qualifiers were played. And, you know, it's been enough of time now that Tyloo have to kind of be like, well, we're hitting our stride. Whereas for Lynn Vision, I think it's kind of taken them a little bit longer to get things rolling, right? They had to find their players. They had to get that all sorted. But they're kind of starting to get at that point as well where it's like, you do need to be playing without any excuses anymore, right? Like, this is the team that you've got. This is the team that's going to the Asia RMR. This is the team that's going to try and qualify for the major. So you better be getting it done on LAN. And it's going to be quite interesting to see if they can do it today against Tyloo. Would be a big momentum booster if they could get that done. And that would be great news, obviously, for Chinese fans going into that Asia RMR. But Tyloo have got their own interests in mind. So let's see how they go in this grand final as well. One thing to talk about, of course, is going to be the map Veto. And we've got that one ready to go. So we can have a look at what maps we're going to be headed on to.
Yeah, I think it is worth mentioning that we do have Vertigo as the map that will be defaulted towards Tyloo. Coming through from the upper bracket, they do have a 1-0 advantage in this best of 5. Tyloo banned Dust 2. I've been begging for it, and it is going to come out. And the map pick of Tyloo a couple of times now, Mirage, will be taken out by Lynn Vision. So we go through to Tyloo picking Inferno. Anubis is the pick of Lynn Vision. Ancient by Tyloo, and Nuke to be the decider. Tyloo only needs to win 2 of these 4 maps to win this grand final. Lynn Vision will have to win 3 of them, and I think with Inferno and Ancient in the first 3, they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, we tend to agree. And I mean, even looking at Anubis, like, that has not necessarily been a terrible map for this iteration of Tyloo. It wasn't necessarily one that we saw the previous iterations of Tyloo liking to pick up all that much. The Advent Kaze kind of rosters didn't really go in this direction all that much. But we do see this version of Tyloo playing it when they need to. And they've had some somewhat okay results in the past, but nothing too fantastic. We'll kind of keep an eye on that one. Ooh. What a Rizzler. We've got a Rizzler in the crowd, by the way. That's awesome. Who's the player to watch for this one for you, Pilsky? Because I think there's a lot of players you could choose from for this series.
You just can't choose anyone but Zaka. 1.7 rating over 5 maps at this LAN final so far. That is pretty ridiculous. The rest of Tyloo all sitting around 1.3 to 1.5 rating overall for the most part. But that's only from 2 maps, and that was a stomp over Atox. So I think, look, Lynn Vision have more so been put through their paces a little bit more. Zach has had to play a whole 5 out of 6 maps, and he has still put up a 1.7 rating. The man is in incredible form. He might be the best player in China right now, and playing against Tyloo and putting up those kind of numbers will definitely solidify that opinion.
Couple of Jam Young fans, love to see it. And I'm sure that they're going to be having a lot to cheer about today because he's a pretty incredible player. I mean, you know, what we're hearing is that he's come into this roster now as the IGL, and so even more responsibility there for him. Amelia hyping the crowd up, and that's good to see. You know, like you've got a good turnout of fans here for domestic Chinese Counter-Strike. Can you only imagine what it's going to be like when we get there for the major? And it's nice to see Amelia in pretty good spirits as well because he had a pretty good series earlier on against Atox. And, you know, you talk about Zaka being a key focal point here for Lynn Vision, and I definitely don't disagree. I think he's going to be the one that's going to have to lead from the front and probably do a lot of the heavy lifting in that fragging department. But with Flying and Afufu still looking a little bit up in the air in terms of their output, and Westmelon being the IGL, I'd be looking at Amelia as having to probably be like that second fiddle behind Zaka in a similar capacity to what he was in that game against Atox. But we're here to find out how this is going to go. It is a best of 5 between Tyloo and Lynn Vision. Tyloo do have that 1 map advantage, but the crown awaits for the winner of ESL Challenger League Season 48.
Inferno to start things off. Opening map picked by Tyloo, and it's been a classic for them for a long time. Even with Cami in the roster, a map that they absolutely love to play, and they're always great on that T side. So I'd expect nothing less, and it's going to be a very comfortable territory for Tyloo to be kicking off this grand final. Flying and Fufu, I would agree, are going to be very important players for Lynn Vision here. For Tyloo, it really doesn't feel like they have a weakness on any of these players outside of sometimes G does seem to go missing with the AWP a little bit and miss a couple of sitters. He's been pretty good lately for Tyloo, though, playing against his old team that chose to have Zaka be the primary AWPer over him and removed him. Starry playing against his whole team as well, so there's a little bit of a rivalry going on there. Starry choosing to leave Lynn Vision for to this Tyloo roster, so looking for revenge. I think maybe perhaps some of these Lynn Vision lads over some of the guys that they used to play with, and for G's case, definitely wanting to prove that he's a better AWPer than Zaka and probably shouldn't have been taken out of the team. For Flying, I think, especially here on Inferno, we saw him have a couple of pretty big games on this map, particularly on the CT side. He's playing from that porch position, and he's had a lot of big rounds and big halves on the CT side of Inferno. So I think this would be a really, really good start in a comfortable position that I know he can deliver in to start off this grand final really well, because like I said before, it doesn't really feel like there's that many weak links for Tyloo. For Lynn Vision, it feels like there's two players that can sometimes kind of go missing, and if that's going to be the case here, especially with already a one-map advantage for Tyloo, I just don't think there's any way Lynn Vision will win this grand final.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difficult aspect of it, is coming back from that map deficit, and not to mention the fact that Tyloo's map is also going to be the first map that's actually played as well. So in theory, what you're there facing is basically a 2-0 deficit, forcing the reverse sweep 3 maps in a row, which is a pretty monumental task that I don't think I've ever really seen in CS, at least for Asia. I'm trying to go back. I remember at one point there was an Oceania qualifier that I think might have had that situation happen, where maybe it was Order beat Tainted Minds, went to an IEM Katowice back in like 2018, I want to say. Came back from that map like the map disadvantage and then losing the first map and won the next 3 maps. But yeah, it's not something that happens every day. So, you know, if there's going to be a world where it's going to happen today for Lynn Vision, I really do feel like they probably do need to get rolling on Inferno and get that map over the line, and obviously then moving into their own map of Anubis, that'll be confident builder, and you can maybe go up 2-1 in the series. But look, it's yeah, it's going to be a tough one to deal with for Lynn Vision, no matter which way you swing it. And playing on LAN as well, is that a benefit for Lynn Vision as much as it is for Tyloo? I guess we'll wait and see as we get back into game, and looks like we're ready to go this time. Lynn Vision starting things off on the CT side. We'll see what Tyloo have to throw at them.
Yeah, it's going to be one player towards Banana. Just Amelia going to be holding on to B with Smoke and Doolies spotting out, looking for any information or sound cues that Tyloo might be speeding up over there. Flash being held towards top side of bracket as Lynn Vision looking for any Tyloo players making moves in that part of the map, but as there's been no contest in the early round, Lynn Vision are going to fall back in towards the site now, and Tyloo going to creep their way up bracket.
Westmelon there waiting to receive, but he's the only one on this angle at the moment, and he's going to lose his life. There's Zaka as well, actually right behind him. USP is doing a lot of work. He gets 3. Gee, finding that trade, but a little bit too late. And meanwhile, Afufu was able to catch Mosey. So pistol round hasn't exactly gone to plan for Tyloo. And G now against some of his old teammates is going to have to pull off something of a miracle. Bomb will be retrievable.
Yeah, has to pick that up first. Lynn Vision working together to clear out porch side. Amelia creeping up on the line is going to be good for it with the dualies. And there you go. Bodies being shot right from the first round. The message being sent. 3 CT pistols today for Zaka. A 4K, a 4K, and a 3K. Man is on an absolute heater to start off these CT sides.
Yeah, most definitely. There's a reason why he's the player to watch in this matchup. Amelia as well getting the mental warfare going against Tyloo. Dropping the bag on G. So that's got to hurt. Tyloo don't invest into the round.
Yeah, we're not up to date with all the gossip, unfortunately. It's hard sometimes with the language barrier, but yeah, we don't know if there's any real bad blood or anything like that between some of these players. Yeah, and sometimes the, you know, announcement graphics and things like that don't really tell the story of whether players were removed or chose to leave. All that kind of stuff. Sometimes things get a little bit lost in translation. Nothing lost really in this round so far for Lynn Vision, though. This is a very clean anti-eco, one that they're playing quite aggressively. Sending a message once again is Zaka with a 3K, just swinging mid with an A1S. And gee, there's not. Sometimes you got to smile through the hard times, man. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember there is a crowd. I mean, we don't get to hear it, unfortunately, but I'm sure that he's playing with the crowd a little bit, knowing that he's the last player alive. There's a pretty good chance that he's going to be on camera. So,
funnily
trying to
enough,
get a rise.
Last time these two teams, although XSC, I can't remember if they played or not, but the Chengdu qualifier at least, I remember Lynn Vision beating Tyloo in emphatic fashion, and G was actually playing on Lynn Vision, and he was on top of his desk, losing his mind because they just upset Tyloo. And fast forward to present day, and here we are. He's playing against Lynn Vision in a Chinese LAN Grand Final.
They did not play against each other at XSC Pro League. Chinggis Warriors beat Lynn Vision 2-1 in the semi-final there, and so it was Tyloo versus Chinggis Warriors in the grand final. They were on the opposite sides of the bracket. It was unfortunate that they didn't get to meet there, but, you know, Chinggis Warriors, back then at least, were a pretty interesting prospect. I think they might be a dead team now. Haven't seen them in a little while, so it's a bit unfortunate.
What are you doing, Mongolia? Get it together.
Got another pause out here. Gotta make sure everything's all good on the stage early on in the piece.
Yeah, I think it's some sound issues for Tyloo that we're ironing out here and there. You can see all of Lynn Vision players, no admins helping them. They're ready to go. They're cool, calm, and collected. I think it's more so on the Tyloo side that we're having some issues early on here. So better to iron them out before we head into the first gun round, and better to iron them out this early on in the grand final so that it can get fixed nice and early on and we don't have to revisit this issue later.
Is that Zoking or Cammy standing behind Tyloo right now? I don't think it's Zoking.
I don't know. It might be Zoking. It kind of looks like Zoking to me.
You reckon?
Yeah.
I just remember him being extremely skinny.
No, it is Zoking. It is Zoking, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Cammy doesn't look like that. And it says that Zoking is listed as the coach, whereas Cammy's listed as the analyst. And I've seen that posted on multiple different sources. So I'm pretty sure that, yeah, Zoking is actually the one in the coach slot behind Tyloo. Look up a picture of Cammy for me, because that looks like Zoking to me. It's a bit hard to tell sometimes, guys, because like the player photos are quite old in some cases for some of these players. Yeah. Like Zoking's still got a Vici Gaming jersey on, so
it's definitely not. It's definitely not Cammy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Zoking, which is an interesting one. Fufu on the jump spot there. In towards second, middle Lynn Vision have taken banana control early. There is a contest, though, from Tyloo. A set smoke to be able to put out that Molotov over towards Olaf's side, and a flash up over the top to try to get Jam Young back into banana. He's retaken that space. Carp's control taken by Tyloo here as well. And they're going to start to put some utility pressure on bracket. But Lynn Vision, we've seen them with this setup a couple of times. This is something that Tyloo should be ready for. This porch setup is something Lynn Vision loves to run a lot.
It's going to be a molly underneath. And a Fufu putting out that fire, but not prepared for the player boosted up on top. It doesn't even come down to Zaka. It's actually flying that gets that kill onto Mercury, and Tyloo have to go scurrying away from brackets.
Tyloo going to go back towards this B side of the map where there's a fair bit of utility that's been dropped off here for Westmelon. He's holding on his lonesome only with a Mac 10. HE is there for Jam Young, so if Tyloo want to go, they can just go, but the rotations are coming in thick and fast as this execute comes in. It's open, but the flashes into pool and the Molotov, HE to follow up as well. Tyloo are getting bombarded trying to force it into this site.
Yeah, great counter util from Lynn Vision, but Tyloo still trying to bully their way forward. It's onto Westmelon to try and hold, and he can't hold strong. Amelia at least did get one onto Mosey, so it is back to the 2-on-2. Health advantage is there for Lynn Vision. Got a nade as well, which is going to, in theory, soften up G a little bit. Didn't quite land. A couple of flashes available to the CT side, but they've got to move quickly. They don't have a kit. And Starry, just on a bit of a cheekier forward angle, catches Zaka. G has not yet been spotted. And maybe won't be spotted until it's too late. That's the first round on the board for Tyloo. 2-1 the scoreline.
Pretty good bonus, though, for Lynn Vision. are going to be able to repurchase in towards this next round, and they bring it to only one player surviving. So this will be a swing round. Round number 4, 1900 loss bonus for both teams, who will empty their bank accounts here. Money there for an AWP if Amelia wanted to drop it, but Zaka declines. They're going to stick to a rifle-centric buy, trying to keep all the util together. MAC-10's there for Mosey, and you've got 3 players without head armor. So the MAC-10 and the Galil could find a bit more usefulness here for Tyloo. 3 players starting towards B. Last round did have only that one player with the util cash towards the backside playing retake, and they went for a porch stack. So you can see early on, Lynn Vision constantly changing up their setups to try to keep Tyloo guessing.
Westmelon and Amelia with a pretty cheeky sandbags hold right here. Westmelon trying to look over the corner of the bags right there. Molotov not quite going to go deep enough to push him away, but seems to have worked in the other direction. Some of that CT util forcing Tyloo back to the bottom of Banana.
Yeah, Amelia's still got a whole bunch of util to be sitting on towards this B site, and exactly like you said, that is the purpose of that utility, just disrupting Tyloo, pushing them out of sandbags, making it hard for them to work that B side of the map. Tyloo have, in turn though, been given brackets. Mercury dropped off on an aggressive lurk, and Tyloo, they're going to go back towards Banana and try to recontest this part of the map. It's just Westmelon here with an MP9. Amelia's dropped off an additional smoke in towards main there for him, or maybe refresh that top of Banana smoke. There's the fight over toward bracket. This could be pretty important. Mercury just looking inside of the smoke, and Westmelon, I mean, there's not really much he can do with an MP9 from that position, especially not with a peak like that from Jamyoung.
Yeah.
And Amelia's just trying to buy time for the rotation here. Zaka's here, but the flank's coming in slowly but surely here for Mercury as Tyloo take the site.
It's looking like a pretty doomed round already for Lynn Vision. Whether or not Mercury gets involved, it would still be a 4-on-4 or a 4-on-5 retake, but that is just too clean, too easy for Mercury. As he'll catch Zaka and Amelia in the back and take another couple of guns out of the hands of the CTs. It's not taken long for Tyloo to start looking very, very solid on this T side.
Yeah, and that was kind of the plan for Lynn Vision, and it's kind of fallen apart. They had Westmelon up towards top sandbag. He only had an MP9 and armor, so in a round where you have 1900 loss bonus, Jordan, if you save the 4 rifles, that's going to be a good buy going into round number 5, right? You've got 4 M4s. You're just going to repurchase the MP9 and buy full kits of nades or a pistol. And once again, same as the last round, you're going to re-up with a full rifle buy and a weaker weapon. Now that can't happen. Mercury coming in on the flank there and punishing those 2 players who were trying to save completely disrupts that plan from Lynn Vision, and now they're just going to have to save around these 2 rifles.
Yeah, probably just put a Fufu and flying back on that A side and hope that Tyloo's going to go in that direction, or if they don't hunt them down. We've got, yeah, a Fufu and flying back over towards A alongside Zaka. So it's a pretty standard setup really from Lynn Vision, obviously without the weaponry. But you're going to have the 2 players that have at least got the guns in a position to maybe make an impact with them. That's looking a little bit silly from Starry.
It's very questionable. That rifle is now pretty retrievable here, so that's going to be 3 rifles getting in the mix as Tyloo holding things up a little bit. Creeping in towards carpets. Surely you're going to get that weapon retrieved. You're getting the pistoling player swing middle. I'm kind of questioning that from Zaka. I have to really question that, because he could have made his way into carps to pick up that rifle, but he never even went for it. Peek in towards middle though from Fufu. Flying and him are really doing a good job putting Tyloo through their paces, and exactly like you said, it's the pistoling players stacked up on B here. Smoker's gone into CT to create some pressure a good 20 seconds ago, but that didn't really force out any kind of reaction from Lynn Vision. It's pulled a rotation across from flying, and Tyloo trying to pick up the pieces of this round that seems to be falling apart here. Fufu re-smoking top bracket. Last player left for Lynn Vision on this A side as the rifle is stacked over towards B with these 2 pistoling players. Tyloo, 30 seconds on the clock. 1 bad timing, 1 multi-frag from Fufu, and this round could be over.
Yeah, but similarly, if they get it right, Tyloo get the round for free. You know, clean up a Fufu, a 3-on-3 post plant. Should be there around. Lynn Vision will be happy with the wins that they've got, which is just a bit of damage, really. And a Fufu, well, he's been found out. The Molotov gets the job done. So bomb plant's going to go down here just in time for Tyloo. They've cleared out the site completely. Playing the only player with a rifle doesn't really fill you with a lot of confidence that Lynn Vision is going to be able to make a retake happen here. And in the end, that economic damage is really the only thing that they're going to get out of this round.
Amelia looking for that rifle, but I think it's been thrown out of the map. So Tyloo really dotting their I's, crossing their T's here as they try to close out this round as cleanly as they can. Westmoreland's found that AK in apps that I felt like Zaka should have gone for ages ago. And like you said, Tyloo, they just needed that good timing onto a Fufu who, I mean, yeah, it's a bit underwhelming there. He'd already found one frag in that round. See a lot of star players in that pit position. Hold on, Dosia rerun? I haven't seen a Dosia rerun like that for a while. That's a nice nade. Just take out G. If it lands a little more squarely on Jamyoung and Mosey, could have been a 3K and take all those guns away. There's a graffiti there for a reason, guys, and there you go. Tyloo, they secure that round, but not without taking a fair few losses. Regardless, though, they've bounced back well from losing the pistol and the anti-eco. Now it's up to Lynn Vision to show us what they've got. Once again, relying on a rifle-centric buy and not touching the AWP just yet.
Westmoreland was able to pick up an AK at least, so probably something. Tyloo gonna move quickly up through the banana. Jamyoung able to dispatch of the saved AK. It's the first time in a while that Tyloo have actually had presence in banana this early on in the round, so something that Lynn Vision now going to have to contend with.
Yeah. Man advantage for Tyloo. Like you said, pressure on B. Lynn Vision, it's up to them to respond to this, and Tyloo just working the map in a 2-1-2 right now. They've gotten some pressure and control of carpets. They've taken most of banana. Jamyoung waiting for the re-aggression from the CTs, just playing anti-flash with G as Mosey holds the middle of the map. The world is Tyloo's oyster. Molly into that close position, followed up by another Molly on towards half wall here from Amelia. Doesn't quite hit the mark. Those Mollies are just not really doing anything and won't be useful to hold this B execute that's coming in slowly but surely. Both of those Molotovs could have been pretty useful here. HG's left open over to break the smoke for Starry if he wants to, as we've got 35 seconds on the clock, and Tyloo going to end this round the same way that they did previously. One lurking in towards jungle side inside that progression smoke, and a 4-man execute on towards the B side.
Starry not going to have the same success that Mercury did. He was spotted by Flame, but it shouldn't really matter too much for this round. Tyloo are into the B bomb site. Starry still kind of hanging around, keeping Lynn Vision busy on A. Lynn Vision, one would imagine, will be more than happy to save their guns on this A bomb site. In saying that, though, like, you know, it's still early days, but at a certain point, Lynn Vision are going to have to start going for these rounds, and it's kind of feeling like, outside of a round or two where Tyloo have sort of messed up a little bit, let's say, Lynn Vision haven't really had much success. So far, this is looking pretty solid from my perspective in the favor of Tyloo.
Yeah, they've had a lot of pretty clean gun rounds with 4 or 5 players alive. That round, they were just always ahead. Like, found that pick towards top of banana, and then the second pick is only on B is only a 1-for-1. I didn't really like the molly plays there for Lynn Vision, and I have to say, like, in this tournament so far, there've been a lot of plays that I haven't really been a huge fan of from Lynn Vision. Like, they've been a little bit rough around the edges, to be honest, with some of their decision making. Tyloo, though, looking pretty well drilled, as you'd expect them to on their map pick here in this grand final. With the saved weapons, though, Lynn Vision will once again go for a buy here. They're starting to max out the loss bonus now. 3 players starting towards B. They're going to try to take banana, but heavily contested by Tyloo. They reply with their own utility and get another pick towards banana, flying under pressure as well. Jamyoung very low, finally picked up by the nade. So into a 4-on-4 now. Double nade stack toward Bracket, and Tyloo take Bracket with force. Instant double entry from Mercury and Mosey, and that round's done.
There's the
Triple
response.
smoke to Moto. Why not?
Yeah, the more smokes, the better. I mean, that's I think that's Tyloo just recognizing, you know, there's a lot of players in banana, and they've seen that setup as well. Like you said earlier, they've seen that setup from Lynn Vision before. You know, they didn't really quite break it in the last round that they tried to go brackets, where that setup was in effect from Lynn Vision, but this time they seemed very, very prepared for it. An instant response from Tyloo, crushing Lynn Vision, and this CT side is really starting to look quite worrisome. There's a lot of saving going on, which it is Inferno, so that's to be expected, but you know, you're saving the guns for no reason if you're not going to win the next couple of rounds at some point. And so far, Tyloo's kind of just getting through it. And most of these rounds aren't even looking super competitive either. So the way we're headed is a 2-0 lead for Tyloo in terms of the series score overall.
I think it's time for a timeout for Lynn Vision, if anything, or try to get an AWP into Zaka's hands. Like, we haven't seen him get that yet. There you go, drop over by Flying, who has been min-maxing the money for a while. Another buy will come through here for Lynn Vision, and still Amelia and Flying have got plenty of cash, which tells you, despite losing 5 rounds in a row, they have really just been trying to squeeze every last dollar from their economy. Zaka going to be set up to try to take this B line with the AWP early on here, I think. We'll just drop his util off, at least initially. He is just playing that passive line. Tyloo with just the one util set to kind of disrupt that banana control. A head stack in apps like this, I don't think I've even seen something like this before, and we'll see how effective it is, because that's going to be a double or triple peak from Tyloo.
Well, maybe we won't get to see how effective it is in the end, because Lynn Vision have fallen off of that angle. Starry wants to punish a Fufu. Starry really trying to, I think he's really trying to force it a lot, isn't he? We've seen him a couple times in the apartments, just keen for a fight. This time it doesn't go as pear-shaped as the last.
HE blowing open the smoke is still applying pressure. Rotation's been pulled across from Amelia in towards spawn side. You had a retake set of util on towards banana while that carbs fight was going on, and in the meanwhile, Lynn Vision has at least posted up Zaka on that deep line. Reactive utility there from Westmelon. Over back here towards bracket though. You do have Tyloo posted up. They've taken control of that. Will Lynn Vision re-clear that bracket's control? They're re-smoking carps. They're just playing passive lines as this pressure utility comes in towards the B side. Zaka not missing a single thing this tournament with the AWP. G strikes on the other side of the map to find the pick on Amelia. Aggression in towards Banana. Westmelon sending it down as the second hit comes in. They just line up for Mercury. A Fufu and Flying really feels like a bit of a leak on this A side of the map. Like, these are the two players that you've been criticizing a little bit this tournament. If you've been, you know, watching things, Lynn Vision, it feels like they've got a solid core, but the new additions have kind of been lagging behind a little bit, and you're playing both of them on the same side of the map, and it really feels like Tyloo's taking a lot of advantage of that.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say it's going to be a pretty tantalizing prospect if this really comes down to, now that Zach has got the AWP, you know, what can he do on that CT side? Can he kind of start to bring this back for Lynn Vision, and then G on the AWP as well? Both of those players have had a pretty decent run in this event so far. But ultimately, like you say, I mean, a Fufu and Flying being a bit of a liability over on the A-bomb site right there. Mercury just cleaning them both up on his own. And netting another round for Tyloo. 6-2 will be the scoreline. The silver lining is that Lynn Vision have got themselves the AWP through to this round again. And so Zaka can at least attempt to continue having some kind of an impact. But for all the good that he's going to be able to do, he can't be on both bomb sites at once.
That's where you get a little bit concerned about this grand final for Lynn Vision. They need 5 players turning up into the server, because that is usually what you get from Tyloo. Need to be able to match the firepower of a Chinese super team. And Lynn Vision, it's kind of feeling like the leftovers, and maybe not making the additions that you'd want to see from them, especially considering that you've had another team of leftovers, Rare Atom, doing so well lately, you know? It's not like there weren't players floating around outside there. Bromo, some of these guys are looking pretty talented. So at some point, and this tournament in the RMR, if things don't go well for Lynn Vision, surely there's got to be changes on the horizon, but this is their chance to prove that those changes aren't necessary. And so far, it's not been going particularly well. Once again, light util pressure in towards Banana. Tyloo going to take this timing this time around and actually forcing Westmelon out of sandbags. He's going to have to respect that utility set, and Tyloo are just going to pick up the pace.
Yeah, play with confidence. Why not? At this point, you've got the rounds to play with, and You can try and go for these kinds of rounds. They know that there's another player on this bomb site. They're going to try and dig Westmelon out, and that is going to be a task that is way too easy. Bomb plant down. It should be another round, and it will be now. That's Flying's just been deleted by Starry through the smoke. Lynn Vision cannot catch a break. They call attack timeout, and then Tyloo, I would say, I've actually pulled out their most convincing round of the map so far, because that one was just dominant.
Yeah, I mean, they just changed the pace. Lynn Vision reacting to what Tyloo was doing before, moving the AWP over onto the A side of the map. They have the initial util set. Tyloo has shown that same progression util set in a round previously, where they're smoking off towards, you know, the half wall, and then they have like the little util set to follow that up to be able to take that sandbag control. So for Lynn Vision, that's a round where, as things are developing, you're not sure, is this just control that's going to go back to bracket? We'll hold that for a sec. G, hard on the hunt here, denied by a Fufu, but yeah, you're in two minds, right? You've been conditioned to think, okay, they've just taken sandbag control, now they're going to work the map a little bit more and trade down util, but that's where Tyloo, they change things up and they just pick up the pace into B. That completely catches Amelia off guard, and Westmelon's completely out of position without any help. The rotation isn't close enough for Flying to offer him the util that's needed. And Tyloo just steamrolled the site.
Well, 7-2. Lynn Vision got another bye, but it's definitely leaving a bit to be desired. There's not a huge amount of util presence for them here. Head armor, though that shouldn't necessarily be a factor in this round. Really scraping the bottom of the barrel, though, Lynn Vision, and Tyloo are continuing to play with confidence. Mosey's just been flashed into brackets by Jamyoung. He's not going to slow down at all. G sets up on the line, waiting for the repeat for Zaka, and it's just going perfectly for Tyloo. They are a well-oiled machine right now on Inferno.
They're just running their set rounds, and Lynn Vision cannot hold them. It was 4 players on A, Jordan. Porch, Pit, Porch, Balcony, Site Box, and Graveyard. They have literally 4 players ready to hold A there, and they go 1 for 4. That is not good enough, and if that continues, this is going to be a 3-0.
Jamyoung's seen Westmelon. He was a little bit too thick, hanging out around the corner there. Westmelon get that smoke down, but I don't imagine that's going to save him. Starry confident enough to take that fight. And Tyloo go to 8.
Lynn Vision, good news for them, Jordan. They have got enough money to buy.
Again.
Oh man, Inferno. What a map. What are they going to put together here? Oops, out for Zaka. That's where the good news ends. No one else is really stepping up that much. Amelia, he's been doing alright, but the rest of the boys are kind of getting run over right now. So unless Zaka gets in the right position with the AWP at the right time and finds impact, it really feels like things are folding for Lynn Vision. Westmelon once again setting himself up for Banana retake util set. Tyloo, after a couple of quicker rounds in the last few, are slowing this one down quite substantially. Carpet's pressure, smoke to bracket. Trying to deny info and apply light pressure to this A site. In the meanwhile, they've been doing some slower banana control. There's a smoke and a molly traded from both teams towards B. Who will maintain control of sandbags is the question. It's Jamyoung. He's won that duel onto Westmelon, who, even though was flashed in by his teammate of Zaka, was still not able to win the duel. And Jamyoung is just going to go forward. Whether he finds success or not is not really relevant. In fact, he snuck through the smoke, which means this jungle wrap may be delayed until he can find further success. Tyloo don't need to rush this one.
He's going to get a knife kill right here.
Yeah, they're bringing the bomb back. Like, look at Mosey. They were thinking about just going for the jungle wrap, but why not just go into an empty B site?
I can't believe he doesn't go for the knife right there. You're up 8-2, man. It's just not the Jamyoung thing to do, is it? I reckon if it was G or if it was Starry, 100%
yeah,
that's on.
That's a knife. But Jamyoung, I feel like he's a classy individual, you know? He's like a respectful youngster.
Right.
I never have really seen any kind of BM from Jamyoung, to be honest.
True. Well, he's won the round for Tyloo. And Lynn Vision may have some difficulty holding on to these remaining guns. The Fufu will lose his, then Amelia follows suit.
Like, I don't know, bro.
Flying.
We've been talking about it for months, but, like, this is just kind of confirming all of our conversations, you know? Where it's just like, this was the invite to the RMR, and like they've just been looking shaky. They've been dropping series right and left. Tyloo's assembled this super team, and the way this grand final is looking, like this is just kind of egregious, no?
Yes.
I really wanted Lynn Vision to like prove it all wrong and do something, but it's just not reality.
Sometimes bad things happen to good people, Pilsky, and this is a bad thing that's happened to us. I feel personally aggrieved by this.
I agree. Not seeing Tyloo at the China Major with the super team assembled specifically to qualify for it. It's just bad for everyone. It's just bad for business.
Yeah. I mean, Tyloo lost their qualifier fair and square. That was to Rare Adam, and that's, you know, there's no debate about that. There's no conversation there. I mean, Rare Adam absolutely deserved their spot.
Yeah, that's not what we're debating. We're debating the fact that Lynn Vision did not have to qualify.
Exactly.
Versus two teams who did have to qualify that I think at the moment both look better than them.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a 10-2 half from Tyloo. And Starry doesn't even really have to do anything on that A-bomb site, but gets out there anyway, and bomb's going to be tossed over to Mosey. G wants to go hunting with the AWP, look for at least one more kill to end the half, and he's going to get it. So there you have it. That was a bit of a display. Tyloo up 10-2 over Lynn Vision in the first half of the grand final of ESL Challenger League Season 48. All right, back into the second half, and have to question how much of a half this really is going to be. Tyloo are up 10-2, and they are looking like a dominant force right now on Inferno. Vision, well, they need the pistol. I think that's pretty obvious.
Not going well for them though. Banana control and opening pick and damage to boot for Jamyoung. Tyloo with the man advantage just going to fall away and play a crossfire inside of the A site.
Zaka leading that charge. He's not going to have Westmelon behind him, unfortunately, and now he won't even have any impact on the round himself. Mercury boosted up on the box in the site. Is getting the job done onto flying, and it's just curtains, really, for Lynn Vision at this point. A Fufu. Haven't seen much from him today. Don't imagine we're going to be seeing much from him in this pistol round. He's trying to play with the time as best as he can, but now he's got Mosey behind him with dualies, so all the information in the world for Tyloo.
Looking for a pick, if anything. Give himself an in into the 1-on-4, but maybe even just have a little bit of cash going forward. Not even going to be given that. Easy shot for Mercury on the side of the head. 11-2 for Tyloo. A dominant game of Inferno. Really throwing everything at Lynn Vision so far. And Lynn Vision, if they concede this map, which will happen short of some kind of fantastic comeback, the likes that I don't think seen from them, then it's going to have to be a flawless reverse sweep for them to have a hope in this grand final, and they've already had to play their way through an entire series so far.
Yeah, no investment from Lynn Vision, so I guess the idea is to play for OT if there ever was any chance in this one. It's going to set Tyloo up for success in the second half, though. There's 4 economic farming weapons, one of which was an XM. But unfortunately for Tyloo, maybe all the kills are going to go the one that doesn't farm their money up quite as much. G comes swinging in from Boiler. He wants those frags. He says, I've got an MP9. I'll take 4, please. And he will continue his nice little run up to 15-4 now for G.
Dragging up a storm. As is the rest of Tyloo. Mosey hasn't even had to do anything this game, really. This in 14 rounds, he's got 3 kills. He's probably seen 4 people. Lynn Vision. Last chance for them up against Matt Point here. It's their first gun round here on this T side. Not a single person stepping up so far in this game. Util trade on towards Banana here. Starry's taking a little bit of damage on the second mid spam. Going to be a close app setup nonetheless. Looking for a pick onto a Fufu. XM in this range can definitely get the job done. Lions making some moves to jump up towards Carps as well. You've got G on the line towards that balcony position. And after a little bit of an exchange towards Banana, Lynn Vision are going to try to go towards A.
This will be an interesting one. Afufu, I think, is a dead man if Starry stays there, but he decides to move away. Timing looking pretty good there for Afufu. Starry actually ended up getting one with that XM, but not going to be enough to hold on to the site. However, bomb was dropped to Jamyoung here with a chance. Won't quite hold on to it as Westmelon will grab that headshot and probably seal the deal for Lynn Vision, at least here for their third round. But again, it's not really anything to get too hyped up about. I mean, Lynn Vision going up against what was essentially a bonus round from Tyloo. Yes, they win it, but scoreline's 12-3, so long way to go.
All comes out for G here. Bonus doesn't really do too much, so it's good stuff for Lynn Vision, but still going to need 9 in a row with no chance of any room for error. See how they go with it. Orp's going to be up on this jungle line. And it's going to be a passive start here for G. This 3 starting towards Banana, so they don't want to fold that A site early. HEs do a lot of damage to 3 players here for Lynn Vision, who jump up above the progression smoke there from their own side. Looking to try to force their way up onto B, but it's not working out for them. Amelia goes down early, handing an AK to Jamyoung. And Lynn Vision have got to explore their options elsewhere, because B is closed for business.
Smoke to try to cut off Tyloo's angles, but Mercury doesn't really give a stuff about that. Walks past it with the 5-7 in hand. He'll be flashed into middle and doesn't actually get any damage at all. Bit of info though. Spots a couple of players out. Could have gone a whole lot worse for Lynn Vision.
See what they go to now. Smoke to bracket side. Still a fair bit of utility to get the job done here for Lynn Vision if they place it in the right positions. And a main disadvantage is never the biggest of issues on Inferno. Still got Westmelon hanging around a beat, keeping their options open. Flash from Jamyoung there. Trying to set up Mosey for some aggression, but not checking the Sandbags position. That's the pick they needed on 8, though. Spotting G inside pit, who misses that first shot. Now he's getting mollied and flashed out of the position, burning alive. And that's another key kill for Lynn Vision there. Starry picking one on the cross means it's a 2-on-3 here for Zaka and Afufu.
Starry's done a great job, though, of pegging it back to a 1-on-3. Zaka, this is where he's going to have to step up. The swing came through from Mosey, and it was enough to bait him into that direction. Jamyoung coming through from Dig, and that'll be that. Tyloo make it look a cakewalk, really, on Inferno. Lynn Vision just did not show up on that map at all, and if that's a sign that we're going to see continued throughout the rest of this series, it's going to be a pretty quick one. Anubis is up next, which is Lynn Vision's map choice, but man, that was a great display from Tyloo, and that's exactly the kind of games that we want to be seeing from this Tyloo roster.
Yeah, this is the reason their team was assembled. They wanted to dominate the Asia region. They took what they felt were the best players for the job from this Lynn Vision roster and left them with whatever leftovers they could put together, and that has not been good enough in this matchup at least. But look, Lynn Vision have already had to play their way through an entire series today, but you wouldn't expect them to look this lackluster on the first map. No amount of exhaustion heading into the third map of the day should be a good enough excuse for that, especially for a team of this experience level that have played multiple overseas tournaments. They need to be taking a better level of form into their opponent's map pick in the first map of this grand final, but as it stands, they're going to have to reverse sweep perfectly to be able to actually win this grand final. Tyloo one map away from being able to take the whole thing and win ECL Season 48 here. Look, we'll see what Lynn Vision are going to come up with. At least they have their Anubis pick to lean on. It is a map that they've been pretty confident on in the last little bit. So I'm hoping that they're going to come up with the goods on that one at least.
Yeah. I mean, you got to say it should be a better showing from Lynn Vision moving on to Anubis. It is a decent map, as you say, for them. But I think Tyloo don't half mind a little bit of Anubis here and there as well. One player that we did say we should keep an eye on was Zaka, and if I'm not wrong, he has now posted his first negative map of the event so far. He's been going pretty bananas, actually, in the lead up to this game, but to be fair, he's been playing against the likes of Bromo and Atox, and now you're going up against Tyloo. It's a bit of a different ball game. It wasn't an awful map, actually, from Zaka. 9 and 11, I should say. It never really felt like he got the opportunity to get rolling, but there was definitely bigger issues elsewhere on the field for Lynn Vision. Unfortunately, not really going to work out for him, and to sort of rub salt in the wound, G is going to be the map MVP for that one as well. So while Lynn Vision's AWPA having some difficulties, apparently Tyloo's not necessarily the same can be said in that respect. So a little bit of a painful one there, I'm sure, for Zaka and for Lynn Vision, as they're now down 0-2 in the series. So, like I said, I've very rarely seen a comeback from a 0-2 scoreline.
Yeah, I don't know if Lynn Vision have it in them. They definitely could kind of bounce back and win the next map, maybe, especially given that it's Anubis. But look, that's a story for the next map. We'll see. I have to see if they can rally. The good news for them is at least even losing against Bromo, they did kind of rally themselves and come back pretty hard into the next map. So they're going to need another pep talk from Coach Gum and get themselves nice and G'd up, because right now they're choking about as hard as I am.
Yeah, well, I mean, how much can you really say in 15 minutes that's going to make a massive difference? I think at this point it's going to have to be going back to what has worked, and hopefully that is going to be Anubis. There is a decent track record there from Lynn Vision, but the way Tyloo's looking today, it's going to be a tough ask. We'll find out, though, in a little bit. We'll take a short break here, and then we're back for map 3, which will be Anubis. It's looking pretty grim if you're a Lynn Vision fan at the moment. Scoreline 2-0 for Tyloo, one of which was a free map win, the second of which was another free map win. It was on Inferno. The match was actually played, but it was a pretty comfortable one for Tyloo. Is there anything positive to even say about that one for Lynn Vision?
Nope. Nothing.
Right.
Not even Zaka was popping off. Usually I go, man, Zaka's still good, but not really. Unfortunately, they just kind of got rolled. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, the most positive news for Lynn Vision is they're going on to Anubis.
Yeah, and that's a pretty good map for them. But then again, it's a map that Tyloo have been getting some reps in. Nothing too crazy out of the ordinary necessarily for them. It's not been a massive go-to map, but they have played it a little bit over, I would say, the last sort of few months. Whether or not that's going to be enough to challenge against Lynn Vision, who definitely have this one pretty high up in the map. I mean, where would you put this one? Do you reckon this is still their #1 map, or has that kind of shifted to Dust 2 in this new iteration?
I think it's Dust or Anubis, you know. They'll get one or the other in a Veto.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Dust has probably surpassed it just because more recently they've had some international success on it, kind of pressuring some pretty good teams. So I'd probably say Dust at the moment. Oh, there you go. That man's cold as hell. He wants the Lynn Vision to get the dub. Good old, you know, it's a bit of a question mark for Chinese fans, I would say, nowadays about which, you know, org they're supporting, which team they're supporting. Back in the day, it was always Tyloo, Tyloo, Tyloo. You know, I felt, and sometimes I felt like the VG Gaming boys were a little bit hard done by, because at times I felt like they were the better team a lot of the time in that, you know, big era of the Tyloo VG rivalry, and they just had a bit of a mental block against Tyloo, who would always win against them, and I felt like tended to have kind of the fans behind them. But nowadays, I don't think it's that straightforward with a lot of, you know, Tyloo not having as much success, Lynn Vision giving a lot of Chinese fans a thing to cheer for at some of these international events, but I guess that's going to be the case for the major as well.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think there's a good spread of... Ooh, that's a nice shot. A good spread of fans now for the various Chinese teams. Everyone seems to have their favorite, but right now, Tyloo is my favorite. Following this pistol, things might get a bit difficult, particularly if Mercury were to have gone down there. He has managed to cross into the site, and that's a great shot from Starry. Good response, has to be said, by Amelia, but it's starting to fall apart a little bit here for Lynn Vision, and Jam Young, if he's able to catch that timing, should cut flying off, though unable to do so. It leaves Mercury stuck in the site, solo against 2. He's got to spin around and do everything himself, which of course is a task too tall. So yet another pistol will be going the way of Lynn Vision. They were able to start the last map on Inferno with a pistol, and they start this map with one as well.
And Flying, once again, delivering the goods in the pistol rounds. 3k for him. Zaka's been the main man to do a lot of the work in the CT pistols thus far, but this time Flying and Amelia are combining for 5. Win Lynn Vision a much needed pistol. They had some time to recollect themselves and did lose the first map against Bromo and came back swinging super hard in towards Dust 2 and then Anubis. So should be a pretty comfortable map for them to try to turn this series back around. Force buy from Tyloo though, investing in a lot of utility, and it looks like the progression smoke thrown over towards the front side of B. Lynn Vision reply with a smoke of their own, and Tyloo prepping themselves to try to hit B on a timing.
Nade into that smoke actually does a fairly significant chunk of damage onto Starry, which will, quite frankly, be quite relevant here, as Tyloo will look to filter their way in. Starry, gee, how? No one's even shooting back at them. Starry was on 50 HP. And yet Tyloo get into that bomb site almost for free, only Flying getting any damage done. And that was onto Mercury. He's now down to half HP as the nade lands at his feet.
3A1S is picked up by Tyloo here. This is a brutal force fight. It's left Lynn Vision reeling. Flying doing his best just to get any exits and hold on to an MP9 into a round where they definitely have to force. And Tyloo really kind of grinding Lynn Vision down. They had high hopes after winning that CT pistol, but very much coming crashing back to reality very quickly here.
Yeah, what's the response from Lynn Vision?
They have to force, surely.
And if you're wondering why you're hearing the audio twice, it's because the Chinese feed is a little bit behind. So when we swap to the cameras, we are actually going back into the past.
Well, haven't had the force here for Lynn Vision. They've upgraded pistols around this saved MP9, but they will be double ecoing nonetheless. Hasn't started off well. Tyloo pressuring the middle of the map, cutting it in half. Mach 10 finding impact already as Mercury's gone in hard on the entry. Amelia's taking this space over towards water. Mosey's got the bomb here.
Oh.
Needs to be careful not to lose it. Footsteps heard by Amelia. He's seen Mercury over towards E-Box there. Oh, can't quite get the shot together. And Tyloo executing this B site while Starry's applying pressure in the middle of the map. Does seem like a pretty clean anti-eco from them.
Oh, well, Starry just biting off a little more than he could chew there. Yeah, we'll give up an AK, but this will be a second round for Tyloo. No questions about that one.
Yeah, I think Lynn Vision doing exactly what they were doing on Inferno, just really trying to play that min-maxing game of the economy on the CT side. If they can take an AK, they'll take that into the next round. Deagle can be dropped over maybe to Zaka, and they can try to do further damage. I don't think they're going to force around the AK, most likely. They're just trying to kind of keep as many of these rounds competitive as possible and try to chip in damage against the T-side economy of Tyloo. But once again, similar to Inferno, Tyloo have started very, very well on this T-side.
Has to be more difficult, though, for Tyloo on this map than Inferno. At the very least, we have to ask that from Lynn Vision. I'm very disappointed if that doesn't end up being the case.
Well, you'd hope so. But Starry, was part of this dominant Lynn Vision, and so was G, was part of this dominant Lynn Vision on Anubis. So I have a fair bit of familiarity with how they like to play this map, and might have been keys for them to find success on this map in the past. That can be leveraged against Lynn Vision. Okay. Lying in wait here outside of E-Box. Tyloo seemed well aware that Afufu's pinned into the corner there. He's waiting for a flash from Westmelon. Set up perfectly. Needs to multi-frag here. Has got the Mach 10 pinned into the corner, and nicely done. Starry's cleaned up Zaka in the meanwhile. Bomb's dropped in towards water under bridge. Afufu gets cleaned up in the meanwhile, and a bomb gets retrieved. So, look, after a bit of a scare, it seems like Tyloo are putting things back where they should be. And Westmelon wants to try to utilize that 5-7, try to take one more gun away if he can, maybe even pick up the rifle in from middle here and see what he can get done with it, but should still be around for Tyloo here, and should still be a 3-1 start before Lynn Vision can really get going.
That was a bit of a chaotic round, wasn't it? Fights happening all over the place. Tyloo looking sharp enough to deal with that for the most part. Westmelon's going to go hunting. We'll run into Jamyong though. 3-1 is the score. But it's buy time for Lynn Vision, and this is where things might start to get a little bit more interesting. Orp's been dropped over to Zaka. He has not had any impact on this map so far, but this is where we need to ask of it from him.
They're going to have to win a couple of CT gun rounds in a row. Tyloo's had a pretty good start to this game economically after winning that round 2 force buy. It's one of the most impactful rounds you can win, especially in MR12. It's never really been rectified. It was, pretty difficult in CSGO to recover from, but at least you had a whole, 15-round half to be able to do something about it. Here in MR12, losing round 2 is potentially a death sentence, particularly on the CT side. Slow round to start for Tyloo. They also have an AWP out on G. Molly going to push Zaka back. He's going to reply with his own, but Tyloo have made it across the double doors.
And Zaka's forced away now from Cams. He's going to set up on another line. It's not really where the big problems are arising. Westmelon went for a little push outside of B. Afufu's flashed himself there in E-Box.
Yeah, looks like Tyloo in complete control, punishing the early to mid-round aggression. Zaka goes for a re-peek over on cams and is instantly punished as well. It feels like Lynn Vision trying to make plays, but getting heavily punished for them, and Tyloo just further extending their advantage.
Maybe trending back over towards B, though. There is some semblance of a defense there from Lynn Vision, although it's looking somewhat shaky. Afufu still working his way around the site. I mean, there's 30 seconds left in this round, and if Tyloo put a foot wrong, then definitely there's an angle in here for Lynn Vision. Mosey going to try to clear things out as the nade blows open the smoke, but you've got 3 CTs to find right here. 1 goes down, now 2, and Amelia, unfortunately, not going to have the chance to do too much in this round before it's already over. I mean, if that's how it's going to go that cleanly for Tyloo, even in those kinds of circumstances, yes, it was a 5v3, but you want to see at least a kill or something from Lynn Vision to put some pressure back on Tyloo.
Yeah. It was the same thing on Inferno. Remember, like, they were 4 stacked on A, and they still got folded 1 for 4. Like, even when they're stacked on the right sides of the maps, there's just no pushback from Lynn Vision. They're not passing the firepower test in this series.
100%.
They're outgunned in every position, including the AWP roll, unfortunately, which is not what we wanted to see.
Yeah, Westmelon, Zaka both having no success at all on the map thus far. 5 rounds deep, no frags. Not a good feeling. Starry easily opening things up and getting himself a double there into mid as well. Might not necessarily be expecting flying, but there's a flash through. Well done. Good protocols being followed by Tyloo, and Gamyoung setting Starry up for success.
That's got to sting for Lynn Vision. They used to do that for their team. You know, very key player for Lynn Vision, work in the middle of the map, and now they're feeling exactly what it feels like to be on the other end of it.
Another round for Tyloo. This has been the nature of the beast, really, for Lynn Vision. A lot of rounds like this where they're just losing players in certain key parts of the map, and then the other couple are forced to save, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, just has not been a particularly close grand final, unfortunately. And I guess that was kind of what was expected at the end of the day. Tyloo looking to put a 5th together here. 3K for from Starry, just waltzing way through the middle of the map. Anti-eco. And Lynn Vision going to save pistols. Alt money's there for Zaka yet again here. 16K in the bank account for Mosey. That tells you everything you need to know. We're, what, 5-6 rounds into this game. He's got 16K.
Jamyoung and Starry not going to be too far behind him either. Both up at about 11, 12K. And it is looking grim on the side of Lynn Vision, not just in terms of their economic prospects, but also the rounds here as well. This will be a bona fide A take. You're going to have mollies tossed over the top, smokes in there as well as some flashes. Tyloo just going to hit it with force and gusto, and Amelia can't do anything about it. At least there's a trade from flying, but there's always that second wave of Tyloo players, and they do get into the site. It is Zaka's first kill on the board, but his run in this round is cut short by G, waiting for the wrap around the back. Really be prepared for a second player. Maybe it doesn't even matter.
I mean, that's just another kind of disjointed round for Lynn Vision. Zaka's just free peeking bridge when Westmelon's taking things slowly. They've looked quite disjointed, honestly, this tournament. There's been a couple of pretty head-scratching rounds, and that's some worrying signs, I think, heading into the RMR as far as I'm concerned. Trying to save 2 rifles again on the CT side. There has been a large portion of save rounds here for Lynn Vision. Westmelon, he's just trying to get on the board, man. The damage doesn't even really matter at this point. Tyloo are just so rich to start off this game. They have lost very few rifles, and the exits are really not going to make too much of an impact. It's actually much more important that Westmelon stays alive there than finds any exits onto the T side. Oh, these sides are just crumbling. Time and time again.
Mid's crumbling as well. It's nowhere on the map that it's looking even remotely close right now for Lynn Vision. So we get attack timeout, but I don't know if you can necessarily fix this. Is it not necessarily down to poor setups, really. It's just Tyloo looking a little bit better, a little bit more switched on, a bit sharper.
Poor communication from Lynn Vision. They're looking disjointed and they are not shooting back. And I agree with you, it is hard from a tactical standpoint to rectify that. As a coach, it's got to be much more of a focus-based thing, knowing your players, knowing how to kind of turn around their mindset in a series like this, because if they don't start shooting back, if they don't start talking to each other and actually, you know, setting up these rounds when they've been getting smashed all series long, then nothing else is going to matter. It doesn't matter what other tactical adjustment you're going to make. You're still going to lose.
Westmelon gonna try and get aggressive on B main once again, but Mosey even faster. He'll be going through the Molotov alongside his mates, and now it's down to Zaka to try to hold on to this site. He'll chance a shot or two through the smoke. There's a flash that bursts in his face, and Jamyoung hasn't found him. Unlucky for Jamyoung. Didn't quite check the right angle. Maybe a chance in here for Lynn Vision now. Starry out in the open. Clean shot from Zaka. He's starting to come online with the AWP when he gets the opportunities. It's down to just G. Bomb is in the B-bomb site. So he's a long way away from this round.
It's a winnable round for him, though. Anticipating a flank from one of these CTs, perhaps. Just clearing out all of those angles. Amelia trending back over towards this A side. Do they not know they've dropped the bomb on front B here? Doesn't seem like it.
Maybe it's right behind the pillar and nobody saw it.
Yeah, it might be. Vision clearing out the middle of the map. Still stacked quite heavily up towards B. Amelia's the high HP player here in towards Palace on the retake, so yeah, it's the main player that should be able to close this round for Lynn Vision, or maybe it's flying to flank on in. Nicely done. And that's a Zaka round. 3K in impossible circumstances, getting pinched from every single angle. Util pegged at him and he's just flicking around, hitting every single shot on the ult.
Yeah. Well, one round is not necessarily going to trouble Tyloo too much.
They tried the pace change again. Speed things up towards B after the tack timeout. Something that worked for them last round. Aggression time and time again towards B main has been the name of the game for Westmelon. So I think Zaka maybe looking to pick whatever player was waiting for that push. If they were a bit more aggressive than usual. Once again, Westmelon will take that B long control. Tyloo with a little bit of pressure in towards A main early on here. Starry's going to work the middle of the map yet again. Flash up in towards double doors on towards house. Mosey's traded his utility down with the CT side, but there's Westmelon finding some success. He's been very aggressive over on that B side of the map time and time again, and finally finds the T side lurker on the wing.
That's actually extremely problematic for Tyloo, because now they're going to have to send someone back to collect the bomb, and it's going to be the job of G. But Westmelon is hanging around. If G oversteps, maybe Westmelon could get himself another one. Has now been heard by G, dropping off of the top shelf. And so shot is connected, and you could tell G was very prepared for that. Brings it back to the 4-on-4. Now, it's still a little bit trouble here for Tyloo, because a lot of map control has been lost as a result of that push. Mosey might have spotted one out. I don't know that he spotted Amelia, and that'll be the end result. A couple of kills, Flying and Amelia. Sorry,
Vision looking much more switched on right now. Like, they're aggressing together, they're playing off of each other a little bit more effectively.
Hang on.
G's found the gap on the map though. Star's cleared out this A site. It's still a bit far-fetched that they're going to be able to put this 2-on-4 together, but bomb plant will at least go down if it's allowed to. Lynn Vision flooding into the site. Starry has got to defend G on the site here, and he hasn't quite been able to do that. Bomb's still gone down.
Zaka's killing everybody.
He's killing his own teammates, unfortunately, but Lynn Vision will still win a round. That's 2 in a row after the timeout, and like I said, they look a little bit more switched on. Whatever was said in the timeout is starting to work. Slowly but surely working their way into this CT side of Anubis, which is all they need to do, right? If they could just grind enough rounds out on this CT side after a poor start, then they can definitely win this game on their tee.
Yeah, I mean, it is still a T-sided map. So 4-5 rounds here for Lynn Vision will be enough to get it done. Tyloo don't want to be squandering the advantage that they've gained themselves. They've still got a lot of money.
Westmelon just keeps going aggro every round, round in, round out. This time supported by Zaka, but 2 picks lost right off the rip. Traded 1 back is Starry, overcooking that one a little bit in the 5-on-3. But still an advantage for Tyloo nonetheless.
Yeah, Starry's had a couple of moments that he's overcooked, I think it's fair to say.
Ooh.
That's cheeky from a Fufu.
Yeah, outside of the smoke on E-Box. That's one way to even up the numbers. He knows that Jamyoung was looking for that. You know, they know Jamyoung just defaults to be every single round. Flying catches him with a grenade in hand. That was the important kill. Bomb drop now. G has to complete this 1-on-2. Zaka's made his way into position, but he doesn't want to peek until Flying makes contact. Instant 1-tap from G. The standoff between the 2 AWPers, but G's the one with rifle in hand. Beautiful pre-fire. And a round that Lynn Vision had no business winning gets incredibly close in the mid-round, but Tyloo still comes out ahead.
Yeah, that's a big one for G to pick up. This round was a very messy one again on both sides. You've got players that are sort of caught with their pants down in a sense. It was Jamyoung in particular right there that maybe let it swing back over to Lynn Vision, but great little clutch from G. Doesn't quite bankrupt Lynn Vision, but once again pulls them back a step where if this round goes poorly, then Tyloo actually might be on for 9. And that's a far cry from what we were discussing earlier on with Lynn Vision maybe being able to push up to 5.
Util's quite poor for the CT side in this round, so need to be a little bit more cerebral about how they're using it. Early on, just trying to shut the T's out of A main and E-Box, but Mosey has been consistently pressuring this A side of the map with his own util set in the early to mid round. Very pointedly trying to trade down util with the CTs and apply pressure there. Second smoke to E-Box. Really refreshing that one multiple times this round for Lynn Vision. They don't want the T's to take control there early on. There's the flash in towards A main. Followed up by another one here from Mosey. No reply from Lynn Vision. Emilia's still holding onto his smoke here. Zaka's posted up on the line. This is an A-hold setup, but it's not A where Tyloo are going.
And Vision going to be looking for some info. Emilia has done this a couple of times, and Mosey well prepared for it. He's going to get both. Meanwhile, Mercury getting the job done over on B. It's just Zaka that is having success, and he's going to be brought down. So it is looking quite doomed now for Lynn Vision. Money more or less broken. Final round at the half, they're going to have to force buy in, but the best they've got is 31.50. And Tyloo are not missing a beat at all.
Yeah, again, Tyloo looking like they're bigger, faster, stronger in every position, fragging harder, flying. The only person positive for Lynn Vision, but even that's a bit misleading. I think he got a 3k in the pistol and an exit or 2. So I don't think he's really been finding that much more success than the rest of Lynn Vision. Fufu with a good round or 2. Zaka with 1 good round. Aggression down into water here for Lynn Vision. They don't have the util to play the mid to late rounds. And G punishing that aggression. Emilia's already gone down over on that A side. He's actually just sending it onto A with the orb by himself. The rest of Tyloo are fighting in the middle of the map, picking all the Famases apart, and Westmelon's going to go down as well. Tyloo winning every duel across the map and dominating the T side of Anubis. It looks like this is their grand final on a silver platter.
With the scoreline at 9-3, Tyloo are looking pretty much poised to close this one out in a 3-0 fashion. It might actually be one of the fastest series we've had all weekend, Pilsky. It's a little bit unfortunate that that has to happen in the grand final, but Lynn Vision are just not showing up.
Yeah, haven't really turned up to this grand final series at all. Have at least done what they needed to do, getting a spot at Pro League, but this domestic result might be one that they regret, jumping into the site here, into a hard crossfire that they crack wide open, only Jamyoung to get one, as the rest of Tyloo scurrying through middle to rotate into position to try to break apart the post plant that Lynn Vision is setting up.
It's a fast flank, though, from Tyloo. I wasn't sure that Lynn Vision were going to be prepared for it. They did make some footsteps, but G has just pulled out 3 from nowhere. Starry got the other one. G's basically AFK at this point, probably cheering, probably on the table at this point. He's want to do that, as we've seen in the past, but that, unfortunately, for Lynn Vision, is not going to be a pistol round. And with that, you'd say their chances of staying alive in this series are pretty much gone.
Not quite yet. We'll see what the force buy has entailed for us, but it's definitely going to be a mental barrier that they have to overcome. They had their chances to come back in that last half, and unfortunately kind of thrown in the bin, having their money reset towards the tail end of the half as well. They were slowly but surely kind of grinding their way back in on the CT side, but Tyloo shut that down nice and quick. And look, again, here in a man advantage situation in the pistol, unfortunately falling apart. Can they make this force buy work here? 2 Galils, handful of util. Looking for the B timing. B on the line in from Ninja here. Mercury to support. HE goes a little bit too deep. Only hits Westmelon, but he's holding on from pillar side. Only going 1 for 1. Reactive utility though from Mercury, and the MP9 shot's a little better.
Tech 9 not quite able to get the job done there for Amelia, as Jamyoung will swing through for the last couple. And Lynn Vision drop another round. It's 11 for Tyloo. They're now 2 rounds away from taking the ESL Challenger League Season 48 title.
Yeah, and for Lynn Vision, this is not a confidence builder going into the Asian RMR, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big problem. But something that they're going to have to face next week.
Yeah, the Eagles coming out. Unless they're saving strats, Jordan.
Oh,
you know?
come on.
I mean, do they really want 8,000 USD and a better seed for Pro League?
Nah.
Is it more important to save strats for the major?
Yeah,
The
and
old
good
meme?
vibes in the team. Good vibes in the team, and confidence, and yeah. Nah. Couldn't be
They
me.
know that they know that we're saving strats, though, you know. So like, they're not going to let this sway their confidence at all.
Don't know about that one, Chief. Well, we're going to have some real words, I think, for Lynn Vision on the old podcast this week, because this has not been a very scintillating performance from them at all. Tyloo, you just got a feel for this team. Once again, reinforcing the conversation around them and how they should have probably been one of the representatives at the Asia RMR from China, but the cookie did not crumble in that way.
Hey, to be fair to Lynn Vision, Jordan, they did beat a team with little MN strats and a team playing with 2 coaches. So they really did the hard yards to get here.
You're right.
Gee and Starry, man, they have definitely been trying to send a message in this grand final, it feels like.
Yeah. Well, this is the last opportunity for Lynn Vision. Scoreline looking incredibly grim. Everything looking pretty grim for them. No one's really showing up on this map, exception maybe even, almost surprisingly being flying at 11-11, and Zach has had a moment or 2 here and there, but you don't have enough being put together by anybody at any point.
A last chance for Lynn Vision. Be a long road to get back into this series. Jamyoung on the aggression, doesn't find anything, playing around the corner of that smoke. Lynn Vision swatting that one away pretty quickly and giving themselves an early man advantage. Flying has turned it on when they've already lost the series. Where was this?
Round's not over just yet. as he's going to have a bit of a look at that molly out. And meanwhile, Tyloo pushing their way through middle. Starry and G. I think I kind of need to activate somewhere. So that flash is going to do as intended to set Starry up for a peek into middle, but he doesn't see anything. B site's going to be taken by Lynn Vision, and it might just be the save call really for Tyloo at this point.
Yeah.
You can definitely buy into the next round if you save these 3 guns.
Yeah, for sure. Pretty nice shot from Flying. He's the goat after all. In towards E-box. You see that one? Just bopped him. Tyloo chilling on the beach. You been chilling on the beach lately, Jordan?
I have been.
There in Queensland?
Yeah, I went for a walk on the beach today. It was quite nice this morning.
Dude,
It's a bit hot though.
I went down the south coast. It was just raining all the time. It's a bit sad.
No, you got to come up to the Sunshine Coast. That's why they call it the Sunshine Coast.
Okay.
The sunshine here.
Might do that. Might do that.
Well, not quite locked in just yet for Tyloo. But I dare say we're not going to be seeing Jam Young W key through canals in this round.
Alrighty. Another buy here for Tyloo. Orps out for G. Lynn Vision punishing Tyloo's aggression in the round previous. Credit where credit's due. Now taking some mid-control. Westmelon, he's been pretty aggressive in this game with very limited success. But he's going to stick to what he knows. Molly in towards camera. Secures that mid-control for Vision. How will Tyloo respond?
Slowly.
No, he's not on the team anymore. What else?
Oh, quickly. Mosey peeking A long. Not going to work out this time. He only had an MP9. He got Amelia down to 2 HP. It leaves G somewhat solo on the A side of the map. Starry's going to float back across. Some holes starting to appear in the defense here for Tyloo.
Yeah, Lynn Vision going to go towards B, working their way through. Westmelon left behind to defend any bridge aggression. He's got quite a task on his hands. There's 2 players here. Just dry walking in. He has a chance at finding this pick, but after he spots out Jam Young, he's just going to say, see you later.
It's on to Mercury now.
T-box.
Has managed to creep his way back onto the site behind those smokes. Has a molly, which he'll try to use to deny the bomb plant, but Smoke will put it out pretty quick smart. Nice refrag though onto Zaka. Back into a 4-on-4, which is odds that Tyloo might not necessarily hate. So that util getting tossed into pillar. Nobody to clear out quite there. So Vision have pulled back into some safer post-plant positions. There's not a whole lot of util to work with though for Tyloo. They don't have a smoke. They've got some defuse kits, but they've got to be finding some kills right here and now. Flashes going into E-box. No kills to come from them though. Jam Young's lost his life. Starry now as well, and it's just G left alive. There's some low HP players, but he won't be able to take advantage of that as the timer has ticked away a little too far. He might catch up with Amelia, but I don't know that he'll get away with his life here. 20 HP is apparently enough. So the AWP will survive through to the next round, but so too will Lynn Vision.
Yeah, putting some pretty good rounds together. Consistently finding these opening picks and closing out the mid to late round in pretty sensible fashion. They're usually making the right call when it comes down to it, but all of that is pretty irrelevant at this current scoreline. You know, all it's going to take is one mistake, one wrong call, or one big round from a bunch of Tyloo players who've been playing a phenomenal grand final thus far, and this is one of them. Outstanding map in the last. 20-5 on the scoreboard right now against his old team. G is here to play, boys.
He's looking for more, but maybe not over the bridge anymore. He'll back his way up. In the meanwhile, Zaka has caught Mercury, so we are back to 4-on-4, which is going to mean that G will need to continue pushing the issue.
Yeah. Just posted up, waiting for a pick here. As are Lynn Vision. Smoke goes through onto house, obscuring the vision there for G. Follow up Molly, going to push him forward and flash up onto the line. He hasn't been pushed off. He is still posted up, and Lynn Vision going to respect that. Amelia left behind on the lurk in towards Waterside. The rest of Lynn Vision prepping this B-side execute, where both Starry and Jam Young lie in wait, and G's on the rotation over 2.
Oh, well, if G can get there in time, that'll be the difference maker. He's going to be boosted up. This could be very dangerous indeed. He's got another one, this time onto Westmelon, and he's going to be boosted up once again. Zaka surely not expecting that. No, over the top, G, you can't do that. That's unbelievable. Starry does get the trade. G just decides, I'm going to do it. And the rest of the team has to follow suit. It's getting a bit mad now. Starry in there with the Deagle. Amelia looking for the trade fags, and he can't quite find them. Starry and Mosey hiding, buying each other time, but Amelia will keep it alive. Oh dear, Tyloo. They are on the brink of this victory, but they just can't quite seal the deal.
It was only a save and some absolute antics from G there. So Lynn Vision, the fact that that got so close is concerning in and of itself. G absolutely taking over that round though with some really nice peaks, some creative play with the boost, and from there a little bit of boneheadedness, it has to be said. Trying to send a bit of a message against this old team. That's respect where respect's given for Tyloo. They don't want to be playing any games here against their Chinese domestic rivals. Having played in a Chinese org myself, I understand just how much some of these Chinese orgs care that you smash the other Chinese teams. And I think that timeout is a bit of a case of it, where it's like, come on, boys, let's just close this out nice and clean. Keep the boss happy.
Yeah, maybe Zoking's got some words about what he's picked up on in some of these gun rounds. No massive change-ups, though, from Tyloo. 2-1-2 setup. Pretty standard stuff. She's going to go back over towards B after there's no early aggression on A. And Jamyoung even wanting to continue playing aggressively in through canals, which is something we saw from them earlier in the half. He initially was strong off of the bridge, I think, but this time going through E-box. Either way, the end result is going to be more or less the same, but...
I mean, Tyloo is pretty much all of their util in the early to mid round there, trying to create an opportunity to find some kind of success. Westmelon getting the better of Starry in the middle of the map, going dink for dink. Always favors the AK. And once again, that's the 3rd or 4th round in a row that Lynn Vision have found a man advantage.
Yeah, even if just by the skin of their teeth. Yeah, Tyloo have shown their hand a little bit with the aggression, so I don't know how much they want to keep doing that. Smoke's keeping Lynn Vision at bay from A long for the moment, though can't imagine that's going to be lasting long, and Mosey, the sole defender on A, is going to need some backup, and he's going to need it pretty quickly. Rotation's coming through. G and Mercury, if they go in through middle, will be able to beat the T's to A. But Mosey's completely flashed out. Has to tuck himself into the corner. That's actually quite good news, because G's picked up Amelia, and now Jamyoung, he'll be hearing that rotation, and he is also in a very powerful position now behind Lynn Vision.
Can't take full advantage just yet, though. G just waiting to punish these T's if they try to force things on backside. There's so many CTs here. The flood is ensuing, and they get crunched from both sides. Jamyoung chooses his moment to strike, and there was a lineup on the cards there for Zaka, but Mosey is quicker. 13-6 for Tyloo, and they absolutely sweep Lynn Vision aside in this grand final, and I think it's pretty safe to say, with how dominant of a performance that was, Jordan, that Tyloo should be the best team in China right now, despite not attending this major.
Definitely agree, and there they are, the champions of ESL Challenger League Season 48 Asia. It will be Tyloo in a bittersweet moment as they pick up that rivalry game against Lynn Vision on LAN. I mean, as you say, the argument is definitely there to be made that they are the #1 team in China at the moment. But unfortunately, according to the Valve ranking system and the RMRs, they are not even number 1. They are not number 2. They might even be number 3 because they don't manage to make their way through to that Asia RMR, and they can only watch from the sidelines now going forward for the rest of the year. I mean, there's not going to be that much more for Tyloo to play in. They'll have to do their best, I guess, to support Lynn Vision and Rare Atom in their campaign at that Shanghai Major. But either way, Tyloo at least can say we ended the year strong, getting the win here in ESL Challenger League, securing the spot at ESL Pro League, securing the higher seed at ESL Pro League as well, and hopefully setting them up for success in 2025. Because, look, the success didn't really come together in 2024 the way that we would have hoped it would, that we thought that it would. But there's still a very big year of Counter-Strike coming up next year, and it's looking pretty good for Asia. I'm already hearing some, positive signs about stuff that's going to be coming through, and I think Tyloo, in people's minds, is a team that, in theory, could reach the same heights or similar heights to the Mongols. Now, that may be a bit of a stretch at this point. I think that's probably fair to say, but they're a superstar team, and they're designed to be the best team in China, and they're kind of only just in their infancy as that squad. And now we get to understand what the trophy was made for. Now I understand why there was 6 ESL Challenger League medals. They all get one.
Yep. One for every member of the team, including the coach, which Zoking coming in to this roster, offering some veterancy, some wise words of presence. He's a very experienced a player in the scene as well. They've got a great analyst in Cami, so every single position, including the coaching and supportive staff at Tyloo, looks pretty good at the moment. And that's going to be them going back-to-back as well in China on LAN. In qualifiers, they've had their issues. No one can argue with that, but at least when it comes to playing LAN in China, XSC Pro League first, and here ECL Shanghai LAN, the top 4 of ECL Challenger, season 48, they're going to win as well. So on LAN in China, these guys are looking pretty solid, and I think I'm hoping that that's going to mean that, if we do see them at some overseas tournaments, which they're locked into Pro League here, that they're going to feel pretty comfortable on LAN elsewhere as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that Tyloo's actually going to be playing in this year. I mean, it's still only just early November. Maybe there's something domestically within China. I don't know that there's any other Asia-based tournaments necessarily. But having a look at their HLTV page, it looks like the next thing that they do have at least locked in is actually ESL Pro League. So we'll maybe have to wait a little while to see what Tyloo have got. Although I would have to guess they probably do manage to make their way to Extremesland as well, which is in mid-January. So that may be something for them to look forward to. But what we might not have been looking forward to, Pilsky, was the Korea player to watch once again, because unfortunately we've done we've done Zaka dirty. I don't know where Jamyoung's come from there, but yeah, Zaka, poor old Zaka. Could have picked him in that series, could have been like, man, this guy's the greatest thing of all time, but we chose Yami instead, and then Zaka here for the second series, and unfortunately Zaka fell much into the same realm as Yami did in that first series, which was quite an unfortunate reality for him. Take a look at the overall stats, just not enough in this grand final to say anything positive for Lynn Vision. Not just for Zaka, but for anybody. I think you could have picked up any of those 5 players and pretty much the stats would have been the same, or probably, honestly, even quite a bit worse for a lot of the guys on Lynn Vision. So quite a bit of work to do for Lynn Vision over the next week or so to get themselves in tip-top shape for the Asia RMR, because based on what we've seen there, I mean, they definitely don't beat a Mongols. I don't think they beat a FlyQuest. I don't think they beat a Rare Atom. I'd be surprised even if they maybe beat Drillers. Honestly, some of those teams like Alter Ego, who knows? That is a wild card team. But if you're getting pushed by an Atox that's, playing with a couple of stand-ins and a Bromo, who's to say some of the greatest Asia CS players of all time, Bentet and Zine and Freeman, couldn't potentially cause a bit of a ruckus for the likes of Lynn Vision at that Asia RMR. So, yeah, I think a lot of work to do for Lynn Vision over this next week.
I think you're getting carried away. I think, honestly, yeah, they might lose to Drillers, and I don't think that they're going to beat Mongols.
What about Talon?
Talon, I think they should beat Talon, but that'll probably be close. I think they're probably sitting around the level of Talon, honestly, at the moment with that performance. But, look, we'll see what we're going to get from them. I think that was a pretty bad day at the office against Tyloo, given that wasn't a lot to play for there. And look, they're playing against some of their ex-teammates. There might have been a little bit of a mental barrier there. And, G and Starry came to play, man. A 1.8 rating for G in that grand final, 1.4 for Starry. That's going to be pretty hard to beat. So we'll see how they go against some of the other opposition. And we'll see if they were saving strats for the major.
Yeah, I guess that's got to be the only maybe saving grace that you could lean back onto. But
Off that copian, man.
yeah, I'm definitely not feeling it, unfortunately, at this point for Lynn Vision. Good positive game though from Tyloo. I mean, that's exactly what we would have wanted to see from Tyloo, right? Like very, very clean throughout the LAN final. Pretty good season as well. Once they got to the point where like they actually were playing with the team that they wanted. There was a couple of up and down moments for sure, but it seems like when the matches kind of start to matter a little bit, Tyloo seem to kind of lock in. They've won, as you said, the XSC Pro League LAN. They won this LAN here as well. Yes, they missed out in the online qualifier against Rare Adam, but it's an online qualifier, and I know it's the biggest qualifier that they could potentially have played in, but there are still positive signs to put together there for Tyloo. So looking forward to seeing what they can do in 2025. And now is a good time to start thinking about 2025 because we wrap up 2024 basically for ESL Challenger League. That is it. Done and dusted. Every other region's finished off, so Asia was the last one. And I have to say thank you guys for tuning in because that's the end of the broadcast, and we'll be looking forward to catching up with you again next year. Hopefully we'll be back for Asia. Who knows? We'll have to find out alongside the rest of you guys as well. But that's the end of it, and congratulations, of course, to Tyloo. Hopefully they do well at ESL Pro League alongside Lynn Vision. Until next time, have a good night.
Bye.